video. Okay, we are live now. Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is the second day of semester 2 presentations, and I might not be visible on the screen. Okay. This is the second day of the semester 2 presentations, and we have the following students presenting today. We'll start with Ms. Trupti Hadia. She will be presenting on dysfunctional families in classical Indian literature and modern media, a comparative study. Then we'll have Mr. Sanket Vavadia. He will be presenting on transcendentalism, a self-portrait. Then we'll move to Parthiv Solanki. He will be presenting on lyrics as literature, analyzing Bob Dylan's poetic craft. Then we'll have Ms. Kumkum Hirani. She will be presenting on Hemingway's iceberg theory and its impact on For Whom the Bell Tolls. Then we'll move to Ms. Krupali Belam. She will be presenting on From Folk Chants to Viral Activism, Bob Dylan's protest music and the digital age. Then we'll have Ms. Krishna Vada. She will be presenting on transcendentalism and feminism. Then we'll move to Ms. Khushi Ravia. She will be presenting on From Hemingway to Hollywood. Bollywood. How war movies still glorify heroism. Then we'll have Ms. Khushi Makwana presenting on Robert Jordan as a Hemingway hero. Then we'll have Ms. Khushi Goswami presenting transcendentalism in the life of Pi. Then we'll have Ms. Jyoti Meer presenting on love and war, the relationship between Robert Jordan and Maria. Then we'll have Mr. Jai Vagani searching for meaning in suffering in Long Day's Journey into the Night. Ms. Divya Paledra will follow her presentation with Margaret Fuller's critique of organized religion and spirituality. Then Ms. Dhruvika Gohil will present on the American dream versus reality in Long Day's Journey into the Night. Then Ms. Ruthvi Pal will be presenting on From Post Offices to Political Offices, the socio-political dynamics of censoring, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Then Ms. Bhumi Mahida would be presenting on Frost's rural nostalgia versus AI and the post-human future. And finally, we'll have Mr. Bhargav Makwana presenting on From Nature to Technology, exploring self-reliance in the age of AI. The stage is yours, Ms. Trupti Hadia.
Hello everyone, myself Trupti Hadia. Hello everyone, myself Trupti Hadia. And the very second day of our presentation, I'm dealing with the topic dysfunctional families in classical Indian literature and modern media, a comparative study. So here are my personal informations, and then table of contents. Then my research question is, how do dysfunctional family dynamics in classical Indian literature, such as the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, compared to their portrayals in modern media, and what underlying themes remain consistent across the time? And my hypothesis is Eugene O'Neill's Long Day's Journey into Night explores dysfunctional family dynamics through addiction, denial, conflict. Similarly, in the Mahabharata and Ramayana, in some of the incidents depict family dysfunction through favoritism, power struggles, and betrayal themes that remain central in both classical Indian literature and modern media. So these narratives reflect deep-rooted societal values and human emotions, highlighting the enduring nature of family conflict and their challenges across different eras and cultural settings. What is dysfunctional family? So, dysfunctional family is one where persistent conflict, neglect, or unhealthy relationships harm the emotional as well as psychological well-being of its members, which affecting children, parents, and even extended relatives also, and often creating long-term social and emotional challenges. So some characteristics of this dysfunctional families, like poor connection between family members, then favoritism and control, like unequal treatment, then emotional neglect, like lack of love, support, or validation, then unresolved trauma, like we have in the Long Day's Journey into Night. So why this theme still matters? So it has timeless theme, like found in both Indian classical literature and as well as modern media also, which explores deep conflict, like duty versus personal desires, power struggles, and moral dilemma. It shapes human experiences, it influences emotions, values, and societal structure across generation. Then cultural reflections also there, and universal relevance, means it's still relevance in today's time also. And now the challenges of dysfunctional families in modern time, like mental health crisis, juvenile delinquency, which means adults crimes, then neglect, domestic violence, high divorce rates, declining birth rates, work life imbalance, and educational impact also. So dysfunctional families in classical Indian literature, I'm picking some of the examples, like from Mahabharata, parental favoritism and neglect, as Dhritarashtra blind love for Duryodhan, which prevent him from correcting his son's wrongdoings, and ultimate leading to Kurukshetra war. And his favoritism causes resentment among Pandavas, worsening family tension. And eldest son generally traditionally inherits the powers. So this shows the inequality between the family. Then addiction consequences, like Yudhishthir's gambling addiction, which leads to losing his kingdom, wealth, and even their wife Draupadi in dice game. Then it highlights how addiction destroys families and causes irreversible damage. Then sibling rivalry and betrayal, as between Duryodhan and Pandavas, which leads to the Kurukshetra's war. Then constant insecurity and hatred lead to ultimate destruction of the family, of his dynasty. So this power struggle between generation leads to emotional distress and family breakdown, as we have seen in Mahabharat example. Then the emotional neglect and denial, like in the case of Karna, he was abandoned by his mother Kunti, and leading a lifelong struggle with his identity and belonging. And as he was rejected based on his caste of Kshatriyas, and he was not accepted as to his Brahmin guru. This also causes. Then in the incidents of Ramayana, we find that Kaikeyi's greed and manipulation, which leads to exiles of Rama, and grief and division in royal family, as in Valmiki Ramayan. So this power struggle shows struggle within family can lead to betrayal and suffering. Then patriarchal authority and manipulation in a family leads to resistance from younger generation. Then power structure within families causes conflict, inequalities, and emotional distress. So if we see the example of Sita, so we can compare Sita with our Mary Tyrone in Long Day's Journey into Night. So how Sita was abandoned by Rama, and despite proving his purity and showcases societal and family pressure on women. So in case of Mary also, he was emotionally neglected by like Sita. He was a good mother to his sons, but still, because of his addiction and all these things, he was emotionally neglected. If we see dysfunctional families, example in modern media like Bollywood, we have movie like Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, which shows strict patriarchal disowns son for marrying outside status. Then we have an example of Kapoor and Sons, a modern Indian family hiding secrets and facing financial and emotional crisis. Then Tare Zameen Par, in father's unrealistic expectation hurts dyslexic child. Then in some of the web series like in television, Made in Heaven, this dysfunctional elite family force marriages and hidden secrets. So this also is example of a dysfunctional family and its effects on society. Another is Delhi crime, like family trauma and criminal influences explode in the crime setting. So it is based on the real cases in of Delhi. So if we see some of the examples depict the family trauma and its effect among the family. So the very first is God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy, which shows the family trauma, caste discrimination, and parental neglect, which affects ultimately to all the members of the family. Then Namesake by Jhumpa Lahiri, which is the story of cultural identity, generational conflict, and family expectations. So this both example shows the how this trauma and mental stress and all these things leads to a dysfunctional family. We have example in Indian past ancient literature like Ramayana, Mahabharat, and we can compare it with our novel Long Day's Journey into Night. So here is a comparative tabular format, like in Long Day's Journey into Night, themes like addiction and destruction. So in classical literature like Yudhishthir's gambling addiction we can see, and modern media, drugs abuse and alcoholism, this we find. Then themes like denial and emotional distance. So tyrants never directly confront their problems, and in case of dharma often forces character into emotional suppression. In modern media we find that family pretend to be perfect despite underlying issues. Then the theme of parental neglect and trauma. So here we see that James Tyrone's obsession with money and Mary's neglect in his family. And in classical literature like in Ramayana, Kaikai's selfishness and Kunti's abandonment of Karna we find. Then in modern media, emotionally distant parents in film like Tare Zameen Par. Then sibling rivalry and betrayal like Jamie's resent to Edmund. Then Duryodhan vs Pandavas and Karna's story. Then brothers fighting for inheritance like Kapoor's and Sons and succession. So, in conclusion, we can say that dysfunctional families dynamic span cultures and eras as seen in the Mahabharata and Ramayana, and as well as Long Day's Journey into Night. While the epics depicts the favoritism, power struggle, and betrayal, wherein O'Neill's play explore addiction, emotional estrangement, and both reflecting universal family struggle. So, despite changing social norms, themes of broken relationship, generational trauma, and identity crisis remains constant. And modern media continues to explore these issues, proving that family conflicts are timeless and reflecting of human nature and society. So, these are my references, and thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So, Trupti, my question, in what ways do the Tyrone families struggle in long days journey into the night reflect a broader societal issue such as juvenile delinquency, domestic violence, and elder neglect?
So from long days journey into night, we can take example of Jamie, as he has resentment towards his parents. So it shows elders neglect. Then not domestic violence, but kind of emotional violence we find, and his addiction towards alcoholism, and his uh, this all shows his fault in his upbringing, which may be caused by the dysfunctional family. So yes, through these examples we can justify this.
So, Trupti, my question is, how does long days journey into night show the effect of dysfunctional family on mental health, work life balance, and education?
So Bhumi, in long days journey into night, the dysfunctional family, it shows the mental health issue, like with the case of Mary. He's suffering from addiction and aloofness. Then work life of James, even Edmund and Jamie, we don't find any proper work life of them also. And then education is their fault in upbringing, seems that kind of lacking in their education and upbringing. These are the effects of dysfunctional families. Okay, so this was from my side. Thank you very much.
Just a second. Yeah. Do you have you referred to any theory which talks about dysfunctional family? Any theorist, any psychologist, or even a sociologist who speaks about dysfunctional family concept?
um, Ma'am, I have referred to Gestor article. It was basically of today's time, that, like it is talking about entrepreneurship and the family. So in that they talk about the uh, elders. Elders, if they are elders, they can get more favoritism or things like that. So from that I can, and then I compared it with this ancient text.
I'm asking because there is a definition which you have given in your presentation, right? What is a dysfunctional family? You explain it first, right?
Okay.
And then you move to how it is a prominent theme in both classical Indian literature as well as in modern media.
So ma'am, I have given the general kind of introduction there, not specific definition derived from any text. Thank you, ma'am.
Sanket.
Hello everyone. Uh, I'm Sanket Vavadia, and today I'm going to presentation on the topic Transcendentalism, a self-portrait. Transcendentalism is a literary and philosophical movement, and it emerged in America during the 19th century. And in this presentation, we will discuss the Transcendentalism, a self-portrait. Uh, this is my table of content. Research question: how did the concept of self-reliance shape the transcendentalist movement? And my hypothesis is transcendentalism promoted self-reliance intuition, and nature's spiritual role, with internal debates strengthening its philosophical depth. First, start with the introduction of transcendentalism definition. Transcendentalism is an American philosophical and literary movement that emerged in the early to mid 19th century, and it champions intuition, individualism, and deep personal connection with nature as a pathway to spiritual truth. So, basically, the definition of transcendentalism is a it is a literary and philosophical movement, and it emerged in the 19th century, and its emphasis on intuition, individualism, deep personal connection, and a more emphasis on a spiritual truth. Uh, Dual self images. We will discuss this point through 3 points: a strong public persona, private vulnerability, and enriching complexity. First, strong public persona. So, the many thinkers like Henry David Thoreau, Robert Wald Emerson, Fuller, etc. So their journals, letters, essays. So it also reflect is a public persona, and is a private inner diary. Letters, its internal struggle also suggests the uh, personal struggle, inner struggle, individual struggle, and so it is the reflect the dual self image to enriching the complexity of their life. uh, Diverse opinion and internal tension. So creative diversity strengthened ideas. The disagreement between key transcendentalist figures such as Emerson, Alcott, and Fuller were not signed to division but the intellectual growth. Their debates on philosophy, education, and gender roles enrich transcendentalists through rather than making it. So first point, the creative diversity strengthen ideas. So in the point includes such thinkers like Emerson, Alcott, and Fuller. They are uh, they are not a sign of a division of intellectual growth, and their debates on the philosophical education and gender roles, uh, and enriching the transcendentalist through the waking it. Second is personal relationship as a catalyst for change. The shifting relationship among these thinkers led to the evolution of their ideas. For instance, Emerson's evolving view on self-reliance were influenced by his exchange with Fuller, while Alcott's radical education reforms were shaped by his dialogue with both. So here we see the how personal relationship change. So first we see the evolution of their ideas from Emerson's evolving view of self-reliance were influenced by exchange with Fuller, while the Alcott's radical education reforms were shaped by his dialogue with both. Uh, the the tension encouraged intellectual and independence. Rather than forcing uniformity, the movement valued individual thought. Conflict within the group demonstrated that personal and philosophical difference could coexist, providing the intellectual independence was central to the ideals. So here tension encouraged intellectual independence. Using the group of demonstration that personal and philosophical difference. Next, ethical and philosophical exploration. First, personal ethics. The transcendentalists use the personal writings to refine their ethical beliefs and spiritual practice. So, in a personal ethics, the transcendentalists use personal writings like letters, diary, essay, etc., to refine their ethical beliefs in a spiritual practice to pursue the spiritual truth. Uh, uh, Second is a dynamic belief. Their journals show the evolving ideas about morality, God, and nature of coexist. So the dynamic belief is their journal. So the evolving ideas about morality, God, and nature of coexist. So in a transcendentalism, there are often emphasis on spiritual truth, knowing oneself, and reject the materialism. So there show the evolving ideas of morality, God, and nature of coexist. So here is the ethical and philosophical exploration. Next, the interplay of nature and spirituality. First, the nature is a source of self-discovery. So first point suggests the nature is a source of self-discovery. So whenever we are in the nature, so we discover ourselves through nature. So when we sit by lake, and when we see the universe, so we found ourselves through nature. So nature become the main source of self discovery. So we can say that nature plays a source of self discovery. Second is the sublime experience in the nature. Sublime experience in nature means the awayful and some kind of wonder experience of nature. So we sometime and we often found this type of experience in a nature. uh, in nature. Third is interconnection between nature and the human soul. Interconnection between nature and human soul also is the main point of this. So we are human is not a separate from the nature, but we are a part and we are closely linked to the nature. So we are also learn from nature. So uh, it is also main point of this transcendentalism. And fourth is nature's moral and philosophical lesson. uh, uh, we we learn most of lesson from the nature, from moral and philosophical lesson uh, through through nature. Like we learn patience through looking the growth of plants. So we also learn lots of lesson through nature, and moral philosophical lesson through nature. So so in the interplay of nature and spirituality, also these main points of this point. So here is the some uh, thinkers of transcendentalism, and some some about his life, and is the main message of transcendentalism. So about first we see the about Thoreau. About Thoreau is a American philosopher, poet, environmentalist, and activist, and he emphasizes on a fully present awareness. He is the American philosopher, poet, and environmentalist, and he emphasizes on the uh, he criticized the intuition of corrupting human integrity, and his message is the simple living to focus on life's truth, essentials, and believe in materialism distract to people from more truth. Second is Ralph Waldo Emerson. He is a philosopher, essayist, and poet, and a leading a transcendentalist who emphasizes self-reliance, individualism, and intuition. Challenge societal convention, and champion the spiritual connection between human and nature. And his message is advocate the trusting one's inner voice over external authority. Believe that the nature reflects deep spiritual truth and serves as a guide for human growth. Encourage the self-reliance, personal authenticity, and intellectual independence. So this is about Ralph Waldo Emerson, and the next is Margaret Fuller. She is a journalist, critic, and a women's right advocate, uh, and a key transcendentalist thinker. She emphasizes intellectual and personal independence, advocate for women's education and self-reliance, influencing early feminist movement. And her message is believe in transformative power of self, culture, and personal growth. And she argued that societal norms limits woman potential and called for intellectual intellectual and social equality. So this is about Margaret Fuller. Conclusion. Transcendentalism champion individualism, nature, spiritual significance, and personal authenticity. Its key thinkers, despite differing views, contributed to the dynamic intellectual legacy and remains relevant in discussing on freedom, ethics, and self-discovery. So throughout this presentation, we can say that transcendentalism championed individualism, nature, spiritual significance, personal authenticity, etc. And the discussion of freedom, ethics, and self-discovery. This is my reference, and thank you, everyone. Now you can really ask the question to me.
Sanket, my question is, how did transcendentalists explore ethics and philosophy?
Okay. The transcendentalism explore ethics and philosophy through using his letters, journey, essay through explore ethics in a ethics philosophy. Next question.
So, Sanket, my question is what does meant by the dual self-image in transcendentalist thinker?
Dual self-image means there is a public published like works like a journal, and this inner and the uh, personal writings like a letter, essay. So these are the reflect the dual self-images in the transcendentalist thinkers. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Uh, Hello everyone. Today my presentation topic is the lyrics as literature. Analyze the Bob Dylan poetic craft. Is this point is discuss about the Bob Dylan's writing style and use of this in his imply in writing poetry is the about the in is the modernity to connect with the storytelling like is the some element of the poetics and is the imply in songs. These are my information table of content. Research question: can Bob Dylan's lyrics be clearly analyzed by as the poetry does their independency of the musical composition and performance the challenge their classification as literature? And hypothesis: Bob Dylan's lyrics exhibit literary depth through their use of the symbolism, intertextuality, and socio-political critics and enlightened then with the traditional poetry. However, there the in, independently from the musicality and performance, the complaints there the reconciliation and Stanleyan literary work challenging the conventional identify of literature. Uh, First introduction of the Bob Dylan, the cage of Dylan as the literary figures. Bob Dylan's originally name of the Robert Allen Zimmerian man was born in May 24, 1941 is Dublin in Minnesota. He is the major figure of the American songwriter in history. Is the use of the songwriting style is the modernist songwriting, blinding folk, blue, and rock with the poetic lyrics. He is the first one songwriter in America. He is the most popular to in the various writing style and is the in writing style he is the convey the message of the social and political. but not is the patriarchal connection with poems become voice the social changes in 1960 with the protest song like the blowing in the wind lyrics influenced by the literary history and philosophy drawing from the T.S. Eliot Bible and beat poetry is first songwriter to win in the Nobel Prize in Literature in 2060 for his lyrics contribution to the music in is the most of the he recorded to the song Songs of the South and share entire screen. His famous song blowing in the wind and like a rolling stone the time they are changing another notable albums highway 61 revisiting is the very famous album to is the make a major figure in America. Dylan work reflecting the significant social and political issues, saving the commentary on the human condition. Through his the song, he is the addressing the topic such the civil right, war and love. Posi- Position himself as the important voice in cultural discussion. Is the most famous quotation is the display to his the writing style and is the role of the writings. The poem is verb. It is the something that move. A poem is a nothing that move you. Folk and Belarli and oral tradition. His the work is very famous for this Belarli and storytelling style and the long narratives is the it collect the element of the old and mythical works and this apply in poetry writing. Dylan emerged in the early 1916, drawing inspirational from the traditional folk ballad blue in the protest song. A storytelling through the lyrics follow the folk tradition and oral storytelling, uh, pervasive history in the social critic through the music. Song like the blowing in the wind, the time they are changing, cementing the status of the voice in changing is the most famous is work hard rain, gonna fall is the work is mostly connected in the folk and ballad tradition is work in the very long and is the describe the storytelling writing style. Dylan modernized the folk ballad in reprinting the classical theme with the new political and philosophical depth. His song will involve with the church performance, emerging, emphasizing the folk music, fluid and ever changing the nature. And the scholars of the Epps Thompson argue the Dylan crisis forward the Asian political tradition, blink the folk narrative with the literary complexity. His quotation is the part of that classical stream would the spring straight out of the green and the Rome is the following of your down through the years, remaining 11 today, implicable of the beginning, condition by team, time and place. Symbolism and surrealistic imagery is Dylan is used in this poetry is the many of the symbol in the uh, flying in the wind, flowing in the wind, and the Tumbrian men's like this song is the use of the most imagery and symbolism in this song. Dylan song are the filled with the layered symbolism, often the drawing from the biblical, historical, and cultural references, inspired by the T.S. Eliot, Baird poets, with poets and Dylan employ the fragmented dramatic imagery to evoke the deeper meanings. Still, inscape the historical and fictional character remaining the wasteland. It is the gen- disjointed yet the profound vision. His lyric often the resistant singular meaning in investing the multiple reading and the personal interpretation. Some argue Dylan's surrealist imagery enhanced the poetic complexity, while the other see in the uh, deliberately uh, script. A song like the all along the Watchtower and the Jokerman is the incorrupted biblical prohenge and the mythical figures in deepen their meanings. Dylan's work create a mythical inscape and building the role and the meaning meaning in the way depiction traditional lyrics in expertise by Christopher Ricks. Is Christopher Ricks in his essay is discussed the poet poet and songwriting in the connection of the Bob Dylan in the poetry is the use of the mythical and the old image works imagery to imply in his songs. Political and social commentary, protest or poetry. His work always confusing with the most of the connection of the politics and in a social life representation in the work sometime of the protest and sometime of the poetical elements. Dylan's lyrics addresses the war, civil rights and injustice, making him the voice resistance in the 1960s. Is the song like blowing in the wind has the time and the time are the changings become anthems and for the movement but also re- re- topic in depth the Dylan's rejection that the label for the protest singer mm, merely political. A song like a master of the war and a hard rain, a gonna fall, a critic authority, but remain the open ended for the मैडम पहले थी क्या? सर Bob Dylan's political and social commentary in protest or poetry is the debate in his work. Dylan lyrics addresses the war, civil right, and the injustice, making a voice resistance in the 1960th century. A song like a blowing in the wind, and the times they are changing, become a theme for the movement, and but also retain topic and depth. The Dylan rejected the label of the protest singer and inciting that his work was the artistic rather than merely political. A song like the Master of the Horror and a hard rains go and fall. A critic authority, but is remain open-ended follow for the multiple interpretation. Some critics as the political song as the powerful call for the changing the while other argue that is refusal to task and explicit extensions evoke their impact. uh, Intertextuality, Dylan as the literary magpie is the magpie is the connected with the birds, with the change our looks, and that's the relators the Bob Dylan's work like the is the use of the many intertextuality and old works like Bibles, Shakespeare's, and classical mythology in his lyrics influence the protest writer. His work echoes the T.S. Eliot, Walt Whitman, Rimbaud, and the best poets in the Grantsburg. In the reworking folk blue in tradition is the many Dylan song abstract the traditional ballad and gospel and blue narrative, reshaping them with the new meanings. Dylan blending the historical event, literary text, and musical tradition create a layered intertextuality is Prince. Some critics claim the Dylan is the intertextuality road appreciation, while the other view as the part of the folk tradition. And Love and Self, the album titles itself nude intertextuality, causing in the Dylan's blending of a past influence, it's the new creative works. The limit of the poetic craft, Dylan's performance meaning is the work is very influential and the represent of the deep meanings and a real life connection. Is the Dylan's artistic is the not confined is the lyric is the vocal delivery empathizing the rather than shape the meaning of the song. The power of voice is the inconditional raw vocal style adds the emotional depth, making his song resonant beyond the textual analysis. And the musical poetic expression, the interplay, melody, intertextuality, lyrics enhance the poetic impact, making the performance as the initial part of his craft. Is the sometimes is the writing is very influenced and connected with the older text in the mythical connections, theoretical personal in Dylan's the evolution identity from the walk to in the rocks star in the recollection added the lyrics of the meaning of his work, making him a living evolutionist text. Song as poetic expression. Song is the mostly connected in the like in writing style in metafiction. Metaphor is the use to connected in the song in to poetic connection. Dylan's song exemplary the poetry essence the combination narrative depth with lyrical artistics when the reader especially from the music is the lyric still mention a poetic from the engaging the readers with the rhythm and the emotional weight. The track just much as the tambourine means is show the how song lyrics can be transcendent their musical wrote and offering the lyrical merit. Uh, Dylan as and the Nobel Prize controversy is the work always the controversy to is the figures to is the work is the poem or is the lyrics is the uh, in the first songwriter win the award in the Nobel Prize in literature in 2016 is the controversy the many writer and critics is argue this is the not is the literary songwriter to give a Nobel Prize, but sometime is the Nobel Prize website is announcing the Bob Dylan is the given the Nobel Prize, and the New York Times Generals is also uh, 7 5 June in 2070 is the announcing the Bob Dylan to give a Nobel Prize. In debating over the definition of the literature, some critic question song lyric quality as a literature. Dylan controversy. Academia versus popular culture debate on the whether a role of tradition, songwriting deserve in literary recognition, except in speech, emphasizing the literary influence like the Homer and Melville's is the given a Nobel Prize speech is the most of the connected with the depth meaning in the Homer and Melville's works and legacy as of the award, refining the of the literacy merit modern times is the Bob Dylan is the change the level of the songs to is the lyrics also connected with the literature is the new tradition in the edit of the modern times. Conclusion: Bob Dylan's revolutionized songwriting by the blending folk tradition, poetic depth, and social critique. Is used the history, mythology, and surreal imagery, changing the boundary in between the music and literature. Through the debate, the prestige over his literary status and is the Nobel Prize with the affair artistic significance, Dylan's legacy, enduring the interpretation generation of the musician and poet as a scholar. These are my references. Thank you. Feel free to ask question.
Parthi, my question is, in what way does Dylan's songwriting blur the boundaries between poetry and music, earning him recognition as a literary figure?
Yes, Bob Dylan is writing with the connection with the English literature text to connect in writing the song, the Shakespeare's and the Ballad, Odyssey. This type of the text is the capture the idea and writing the is the music in use of the metaphor, simile, and the other literary figures to connect with the song to literature. In this literary style in the blowing in the wind this poem the line is also connected in the literature and then after is the give a literature in the to to give a and to Nobel Prize is the also controversy in 2060s in the start with the modern tradition to write a song in the modern way in use of the literary elements in songs. Other
Parthiv, can you define how do Bob Dylan's lyrics exemplify literary techniques such as imagery, symbolism, and intertextuality?
Yes, Bob Dylan's most of work is use of the literary text and symbolism. Is the Timurian Man's is the song use of the many imagery in the blowing in the wind is also connected with the many imagery symbols in the past writing in style. Okay, thank you.
So you mentioned in your presentation there was one slide about symbolism and surrealist imagery, right? And
Yes,
you
ma'am.
just answered a question based on the same. Now, can you provide an example of Dylan's songs wherein there is this fragmented and dreamlike imagery?
In use of this like Timorian men's like in this song, you use of the many symbolism in his lyrics writings. In the also blowing in the wind is the use of the old technique to apply the format in these songs.
So I'm asking this because you've mentioned the influence of T.S. Eliot on Bob Dylan, right?
Yes.
And you also mentioned that the way Eliot provides a sort of a fragmented imagery in his wasteland, we have Bob Dylan doing the same. That is your argument, right? Now, do you have any particular work where you find such fragmentation specifically, apart from the Tamilian Man? If you read the lyrics of Tamilian Man, then do you have such fragmentation the way T.S. Eliot has?
Ma'am, I not a particular song, but the Wasteland is poem to this Bob Dylan's work, not on a single work, but many works to influence the modernity and modern imagery to intertextuality connect in our songs, and he is starting to modern songwriting style to influence the and singing style in songs in modern times.
Okay, thank you.
So, hello everyone, I'm Kumkum Hirani. In today's Hemingway's iceberg theory in For Whom the Bell Tolls. So, here academic information, table of content, and here research question. How does Hemingway's iceberg theory shape the portrait of a war and a human emotion in a For Whom the Bell Tolls? Hypothesis. Hemingway's iceberg theory in For Whom the Bell Tolls convey the deeper impact of the war and human emotions by emphasizing what is left unsaid instead of directly standing characters' thoughts and feelings. Hemingway's use minimalistic narration and subtext, allowing the readers to infer their psychological struggles. These techniques makes them like a sacrifice, fear, and love more powerful. And as the true depth of the story lie beneath the surface of the word. Introduction. For Whom the Bell Tolls, which is published in 1940 by Ernest Hemingway in a modern Okay. Okay. So it followed the Robert Jordan, an American volunteer tasked with blowing up a strategic bridge. Hemingway's minimalistic style, based on iceberg theory, conveying the deep themes of war, love, duty, and mortality through the actions and the subtle dialogues rather than direct exposition. This technique enhances the realism and invites readers to uncover the novel's deeper meanings, making it a profound exploration of human resilience and existential struggle. Here are some basic information about that. Hemingway was born on July 21, 1899 in Oak Park. He worked as a journalist conveying World War One and Spanish Civil War and the World War II, influencing his realistic and understated writing style. Developed the iceberg theory during his early career, preferring simple, direct prose with deep subtext. Won Pulitzer Prize and the Nobel Prize in Literature for his famous work *The Old Man and the Sea*. He was died in 2nd July 1961 by suicide, leaving behind a legacy as one of the most influential American writers of the 20th century. Here are the information that what is iceberg theory. So basically, Hemingway's iceberg theory means that only some percent part are visible and I think 10% part are visible and 90% part are invisible in the story. So also known as the theory of omission. This theory states that only a small portion of the story is visible, while the deeper meaning remains beneath the surface. Hemingway explained if writers omit something because he doesn't know it, there is a hole in the story. But if he omits something, he knows the reader will feel it. So basically, in iceberg theory, Hemingway uses some simple language and short dialogue, which readers can easily connect with their work. So here are some key aspects like minimalistic style means Hemingway uses a short sample and a simple vocabulary, implicit emotion. The characters' inner struggle are hinted rather than explicitly described. When also we can find in For Whom the Bell Toll, like how Jordan and Maria, both are characters, like they struggle from their inner side, but they easily cannot show their emotion to everyone. Like symbolism, the object, action, and dialogue carry deeper meaning. Realism, like a story reflect real life struggle through a restrained narratives. Application of iceberg theory in For Whom the Bell Tolls. Hemingway's iceberg theory means that he doesn't explain everything directly. Instead, he gives small details, and readers have to understand deeper meaning on their own. In For Whom the Bell Tolls, Hemingway uses simple words but deep idea to show emotion, war, love, and death. Here are some topic that how iceberg theory was implied in the For Whom the Bell Tolls, like war and hidden pain, showing without explaining. The characters have a lot of pain and stress because of war, but Hemingway doesn't describe it directly. For the example, like Jordan never say he is scared, but we understand from his thought that he knows he might die. Pablo drinks a lot and acts strangely, which shows that he is mentally suffer, even though Hemingway doesn't say it clearly. The bridge as a symbol, more than just a bridge. the bridge. Jordan must destroy it, not just a military target, it also represents his fate. Even though no one say the mission will fail, we can feel that things may not go well. So Jordan dates bravery without too many words. Hemingway doesn't make Jordan's date dramatic or emotional. Instead, Jordan accepts it quietly. Also, in the ending of the novel, that Jordan know at the last moment that he was die after he destroyed the bridge. So yeah, example, in the final moment he doesn't scream or cry, he simply think about the nature and his last breath. He makes his bravery more real and powerful. Fifth one is a short and simple dialogue, saying more with less words. Like Hemingway's characters don't talk too much, but their short sentence have a deep meaning. Example, when Jordan talks to Pillar, he doesn't explain everything he feels, but his words shows that he understands life and death. Nature and inner feeling, what the sensory tell us. Like Hemingway often describe mountains, forests, and rivers, but their description reflect what the characters are feeling. Example, when Jordan thinks about life and death, Hemingway describe peaceful mountain, showing Jordan's wish for quiet life. Violence and death, cold and realistic writing. Hemingway doesn't describe war with too many emotion words. Instead, he writes it simply, which makes it feels even more real. For example, when people are executed, Hemingway doesn't add a strong emotion, but this makes the scene more powerful and shocking. Here another topic, the character depth throughout the iceberg theory. Hemingway's characters are not defined by a long description, but through their action, dialogue, and silence. Robert Jordan, who is the main character of this novel, his internal conflict is never fully explained, but these actions are action as his willingness to stay behind and ensure the bridge is destroyed, to show his belief in duty over self preservation. His thought of death remains restrained. Hemingway does not explicitly say he is afraid, but use Jordan's reflection on the time, past experience, and nature to imply his struggle. His experience moment of deep introspection, but Hemingway never over-explain his emotion, leaving the reader interpretation his true fear and desire. Another character was Maria. Her past trauma is implied but never fully revealed. Instead of long monologues, Hemingway used brief moments and Maria's quiet reaction to show how deeply she has been affected by her past. Her love for Jordan is not overly sentimental. Instead, it is defined by their shared understanding of fate. Pablo and Pilar. Pablo's betrayal is never justified outright. His motivation are left ambiguous. Pilar's strength is not exaggerated, but Hemingway makes it clear through her protective, instinctive leadership or assertiveness. Their dynamic shift subtly throughout the novel, showing the complexity of human nature in time of war. So here are some symbol in For Whom the Bell Tolls. Like Hemingway relies on object, nature, and simple action to convey deeper meaning. The bridge, on the surface, it is simple, a military target. On a deeper level, it represents Jordan's personal sacrifice and fragility of ideals in a war. Its destruction is a destruction parallels the destruction of Jordan's future with Maria. The earth and the nature. Jordan often feels connected to the earth, symbolize his temporary existence and the for on the foreshadowing his death. Hemingway describes the stillness of nature before battle. Hemingway described the stillness of nature before battle, reinforcing the contrast between life and death. Uh, Death imagery. Death is not dramatized in the novel. Instead, Hemingway used silence before major event to build tension. Slow motion perception while characters are in a danger, mirroring real life trauma responses. cold and warmth metaphors to show life slipping away. That here is criticism of iceberg theory. Many writers and critics also criticize the iceberg theory also. Hemingway's minimalism is both praised and criticized, like a strength. Here, strength of iceberg theory like creates depth through the omniscient, making reader actively engage with the text, make emotion more realistic, as a people often struggle to express feeling in a real life. Encourage the symbol interpretation, giving the novel multiple layer of meaning. Here some criticism, like some readers find his character emotionally distant due to the lack of direct emotional expression. Others argue that certain movement could benefit from more explicit detail, especially regarding characters' motivations. Like comparison to Faulkner and Joyce. So compared to both writer, Hemingway use some easy language and short dialogues rather than Faulkner and Joyce. Like Hemingway's style is opposite to William Faulkner and James Joyce, who used a long, complex sentence and deeper psychological introspection. Some scholars argue that Hemingway's restraint can something reduce emotional and impact. Like also, we can find that James Joyce's work Ulysses are too difficult to understand to compare understand Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Toll or The Old Man and the Sea. So, conclusion: For Whom the Bell Toll is a masterclass in Hemingway's iceberg theory, demonstrating that what is left unsaid is just as significant as what is written. His minimalistic prose does not equate to a lack of depth. Rather, it challenges reader to uncover meaning beneath the surface. Throughout the rich symbolism and novel explore a profound theme of love, war, and duty and mortality, while its dialogue and action convey the emotion more more powerfully than length description. Hemingway poses existential question without offering a definitive answer, making the novel a deeply personal and through the provoking experience. His influence remains strong in modern literature, inspiring writers who strive to convey the depth through the simplicity. So here are the references, and thank you. If you have any question, then ask freely.
My question is, how does Hemingway style compare to the other modernist writer to like William Faulkner and James Joyce?
So also I mentioned during this slide that William Faulkner and James Joyce language are more difficult to understand. Reader cannot understand easily. But once we look at Hemingway's work, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Old Man and the Sea, we can directly engage with that novel and his work. So yeah.
So, Kumkum, my question is, does Hemingway's minimalist style make the novel more powerful, or does it limit the reader's emotional connection to the characters?
So I think that it's upon to the reader that how he connect with the characters or the story. When they emotionally connect with the character, so they find the minimalistic style, and also they feel the inner conflict of the character. But once reader cannot connect emotionally with the characters, so it's a bit difficult to the readers. So according to my perspective, that it's upon to the reader that how they read some works. So thank you. It's from my side.
Can you move to the citation slide in your presentation? Can you identify the error?
Yes.
Yes. Alphabetical order is not maintained, right? Another thing is the last citation of the original text. When you cite the original text, you need to mention the name of the author, right? Simply citing the Amazon website is not enough. It should be MLA style. It should have Hemingway's name first, and then, so the same then would be error in the in-text citation also, because there is one slide where you are mentioning the title of the text, right? But there should be the citation, in-text citation of the author. So these two things you should correct. Another thing is, whenever you have to apply a theory on a particular text and you are providing observations, giving examples from the text, provide specific scenarios and original quotations from the text. That would make it much more understandable and relatable for the people who are following your presentation. You have provided examples, yes, from the story. You are presenting examples from the plot lines, but maintaining original quotations would be a better way to justify the arguments which you present, especially when you are applying an author's theory to their own text, right? So there you need to see how things are working out. So I hope you'll work on these things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to dealing with the topic from folk chants to viral activism, Bob Dylan's protest music and the digital age. Here is my academic information. Here is a table of content. And my research question is how has Dylan's protest music influenced activism, and how has the digital age refined protest music? So my hypothesis for this is Dylan's protest music set a precedent for a politically charged songwriting, influencing generations of artists to use music for social change. His shift from folk to rock expanded protest music's reach, but in the digital era, activism has moved beyond lyrics to viral videos and social media campaigns. So while Dylan's legacy remains strong, modern protest music now spread a message instantly, raising question about whether digital activism holds the same power as a traditional grassroots movement. So my introduction, protest music has always been powerful tool for a social change, helping to mobilize communities, challenge the power, and raises awareness. Bob Dylan emerged in the 1960s as a living voice, as a leading voice of the folk protest movement, shaping music as a vehicle for political activism. His songs address civil rights war, inequality, and government oppression, influencing generations of musicians and activists. Today, Dylan's themes resonate in modern movements like Black Lives Matter, climate activism, and digital protest movement. This presentation examines Dylan's legacy and how protest music has evolved from folk gatherings to viral anthems on social media platforms. So the folk roots of protest music. So if we see its historical context, so the folk music revival was deeply intertwined with political movements, especially civil rights and labor rights. Influence of earlier artists. So we see Woody Guthrie, his song that "This Land Is Your Land," which is a call for equality, and it is a on private. It also rebels on private property and this movement. Guthrie's music resonated with the labor rights movement and working class struggles. Then Peter Seeger, where his song where where have all the flowers gone? It is a anti-war anthem. He was a key supporter of civil rights and often performed at rallies and protests. Dylan's music was a part of broader protest tradition that includes figures like Woody Guthrie and Peter Seeger, linking folk music with activism. Bob Dylan's and the 1960s protest movement. Dylan became a leading voice in the civil rights and anti-war movements, providing anthems for activists during one of the most turbulent decades in American history. Also, civil rights movement. The early 1960s saw mass protest against racial segregation and systemic racism in the US. Dylan performed at the 1963 March on Washington, where Martin Luther King Jr. Delivered his "I Have a Dream" speech. His song "Blowing in the Wind" became a symbol of resistance against racial injustice. Anti-war movement. As the Vietnam War escalated, public dissent grew. College students, intellectual, and musicians opposed the war, leading to mass protests. Dylan's "Master of War" and "Hard Rain Gonna Fall" condemned the military-industrial complex and the devastation of war. Dylan's transition, folk to rock and expanding protest music. So by the mid 1960s, Dylan distanced himself from direct political activism, shift from acoustic folk to electric rock at the 1965 Newport New Folk Festival. His transition from folk to electric rock was seen as a controversial moment in his career, marking a shift in how protest music could be expressed. For example, his songs like "My Back Pages" in 1964 rejects past political certainty. "It's All Right Ma, I'm Only Behind." This song is a critique of American consumerism and hypocrisy. Like a Rolling Stone, shift from folk to rock, focusing on personal alienation. Dylan's influence on future protest music. Dylan's shift to rock in the mid 1960s reshaped protest music, inspiring artists across genres Bruce Springsteen. He adapted Dylan's lyrical storytelling approach, particularly in his song like "The Ghost of Tom Joad," which addressed themes of economic hardship and working class struggle. Kendrick Lamar, his album "To Pimp Butterfly" is embodies Dylan's tradition of blending personal and political narratives, using music to highlight racial and political struggles. Patti Smith, known for her punk rock anthems, she built on Dylan's poetic lyricism and rebellious spirit. Her song "Gloria," yes, this one is a example for it, pushing protest music beyond folk tradition. The digital age of protest music. In the rise of internet and digital platforms has transformed the landscape of protest music. Key digital platforms, YouTube and Spotify, enable instant access to protest song for global audience. Twitter and TikTok amplify message, allowing protest music to trend and reach wider communities. Protest music video have become an essential medium in digital activism. Viral activism and protest music. Protest music remains a powerful medium in contemporary movement. Modern protest song. So, "This Is America" by Childish Gambino, 2008. "This Is America" remains one of the most politically charged and influential song of the 2010, continuing to resonate with listener as a issue of racism and gun violence persist in the US. "All Right" by Kendrick Lamar. "All Right" is not just a song, it sends a strong message about society and politics. It still inspires people to speak up about racism and justice in America. The song hopeful message is still important today. "We the People" by a tribe called Quest. It is a group of people who "We the People" remains a powerful song that speaks against racism and inequality. Its message is still relevant today, making it one of the most important protest songs of its time. Unlike Dylan's era, where protest music spread through physical record and live performance, today's anthems gain momentum through viral content, remix, and social media campaigns. This is one quote which not directly from Bob Dylan, but it attributes to Dylan. An artist has got to be a careful, never really to arrive at the place where he thinks he's at the somewhere. Conclusion: Bob Dylan's evolution from folk to rock refined protest music, proving that artistic expression can challenge societal norms while adapting to new sound and generations. His influence span across genres, inspiring artists to merge music with activism, ensuring that the voice of protest remains powerful and relevant. Here is my reference, and thank you. Now, if you have any question, then feel free to ask.
So, Krupali, my question is, what would be the impact of social media if he was born in 20th century?
Yes, Kumkum. As per my point of view, Dylan is in the 20th century. So social media platforms are helping him, like Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. These are platforms which are help him to a widespread audience, and he connect with audience in for very few time. Yes, next.
Okay, my question is, do you think protest music today has the same impact as it did in the 1960s? Why or why not?
Yes, I mean, as per my point of view, no, it has no that much impact today, because on that time it was live performances by Dylan, and it has a strong impact on people. But in today's time, it is free that people are whenever they want they listen the protest music, but it has not that much last impact on audience. Okay, thank you.
Krupali need to work on punctuation mark. In conclusions, you have to add at last full point.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to deal with the topic transcendentalism and feminism. So, here is my academic information, then table of content, and here is my research question and hypothesis. So, my research question is, how does transcendentalism, with its emphasis on self-reliance and spirituality, contribute to feminist thought, and how is this connection reflect in literary media and contemporary feminist practices? And my hypothesis is transcendentalism, ideals of self-reliance, individualism, and spiritual awakening provide a foundational framework for a feminist thought. This connection is evident in early feminist writing, contemporary feminist literature, and visual media, where women's empowerment is often linked to self discovery, nature, and inner spirituality. By reclaiming a transcendentalist principle, modern feminism continue to champion female autonomy and agency in both intellectual and socio-cultural spheres. So, in introduction, transcendentalism, a 19th century philosophical and literary movement, emphasize on individual institution, self-reliance, and a deep connection with nature, influenced by Romanticism and Eastern thought. It rejects institutional authority in favor of personal moral freedom. Led by figures like Emerson and Thoreau, it shaped American literature and social thought. Margaret Fuller extended its deal to feminism, advocating for a woman's intellectual and social equality. Then what is transcendentalism? So basically transcendentalism is a 19th century movement of writer and philosopher in New England who were loosely bounded together by others to an idealistic system of thought based on belief in the essential unity of all creation, the innate goodness of humanity, and the supremacy of insight over logic and experience for the revelation of the deepest truth. So transcendentalism focus on what is it not properly follow the romanticism or puritanism, but it create its own thought. And then we define transcendentalism as per the Emerson's essay, a 19th century movement emphasizing individualism, self-reliance, and spiritual awakening through nature. Then here is a pioneer of transcendentalism. So first figure is a Ralph Waldo Emerson. He majorly focused on individualism, emphasized on personal growth, autonomy, and self-expression. And Emerson write in Self-Reliance that nothing is at last sacred but the integrity of your own mind. So he majorly emphasized in what happen in our inner space. And then second figure is a Henry David Thoreau. He majorly emphasized on nature and spirituality. Nature as a pathway to understanding the self and achieving enlightenment. Thoreau in Walden state that I went to the woods because I wish to live deliberately. So he he want to stay connect with the nature and try to understand himself. Then prominent figure for a transcendentalism and also for a feminism, Margaret Fuller. She reject all social norm and promote the feminism. So she encouraged a resistance to societal norm that oppress women. She argued in Women in the 19th Century that let them be a sea captain if they will. So she showed the unbound potential of women in this court. Then there is a core principles of transcendentalist. So first is Ralph Waldo Emerson. He emphasized on nature and the divine, self-reliance and individualism, intellectual independence, and rejection of institutional region. Then Henry David Thoreau, he emphasized on simple living and self-sufficiency, civil disobedience, connection between humanity and wilderness. Then Margaret Fuller, she emphasized on women's right and gender equality, connection between individual and nature, cultural critique, and social justice. So Margaret Fuller is a transcendentalist, but she majorly try to promote feminism to women's self-realization. Then feminism and transcendentalism. So feminism, the belief in social, economic, and political equality of sexes. There's emphasis on equal opportunity and a right for a woman. And transcendentalism focus on self-reliance and spirituality. But Margaret Fuller emphasize majorly on women, that women need to self-realize and reject the social norm. Then about Margaret Fuller, the Dial, she was a editor of the Dial magazine. The journal served as a platform for transcendentalist idea about the self, nature, and individual right. Then the great lawsuit, men versus men and women versus women. It called women to have the freedom and right equivalent to men, including access to education and equal opportunity in society. Then his most famous work is A Woman in the 19th Century. This book challenges traditional gender role and call for the woman's emancipation and access to education. Then she work as a work as a writer in the New York Tribune newspaper. It's a series of articles to the New York Tribune on topics such as literature, social issue, and cultural critique, expressing transcendentalist idea in her commentary. Majorly I going to focus on the feminism with the idea of Margaret Fuller. So here is some key idea of Margaret Fuller and how it relevant in today's time, like a movie and books all. So first is intellectual equality between gender. So here is her one famous quote from a woman in 19th century. She's right that there is a no only masculine man, no purely feminine woman. So in 18th century there is a no equal right for a woman. So she wants that women break the whole boundary and self realize. Here is an example of Mission Mangal that showcase a female scientist leading India's Mars mission, defying the stereotype that science and technology are a male dominant field. So people believe that science is a way of men, but in this movie women prove that she also do well in this field. And then in another movie, Shabash Mithu, based on cricketer Mithali Raj's life, highlight how a woman proves her equal capability in a field traditionally dominated by men. Then second is a self-realization and autonomy. So what women need is not as a woman to act or rule, but as a nature to grow, as an intellectual to discern, and as a soul to live freely and unimpeded. To unfold such a power as were given her when we left our common home. So Fuller argued that when women going to nature and try to find herself, and that way they self realization happen. It is therefore that I would have a woman lay aside all thought such as she habitually cherish of being thought and led by men. So here is an example of famous uh, serial Anupama. She gained autonomy after a year of being a housewife. Like a Fuller's ideal woman, she reclaimed her individuality, educate herself, and build a new life beyond societal expectation. Then another of example is a famous book of Gibson, A Doll's House, portray Nora's self-realization that she has been living under societal expectation rather than for herself. She ultimately leaves her husband and children to pursue self-discovery. And then critique of gender social norm. Here is a Fuller's thought from women in 18th century. We won't have every path laid open to women as freely as to men. Here Fuller criticized societal norm that confine women to domestic roles, arguing they stifle women's potential and limited their ability to fully realize themselves. So here is an example of a North Pole novel. It's a Gujarati novel written by Jitesh Donga. And here the main character of Meera reject the traditional way of living and follow her passion of tattoo making. So North Pole is the house in the lap of nature that help her to enjoy her own company. So Meera enjoy her company and reject all social norm and also critique the profession, that why tattoo making is the only profession for men. Then here is a most recent movie, Mrs. The film Mrs. portray a woman breaking free from societal expectation and establishing her own identity, challenging gender norms, and follow her passion of dance. Then the rejection of female stereotype. If you ask me what office they may fill, I reply any. I do not care what case you put. Let them be sea captain if you will. So Fuller argued that women can do better in all field. She rejected the conventional passive and dependent image of women in her society. She argued that women should be seen as a full, complex human being capable of a great intellectual and moral strength. So here is the example of Tanu Ved's Manu movie, where the female protagonist break the whole stereotype of female that she is addicted with cigarette and also drinking. So she reject the female stereotype. And also here is the example of Virginia Woolf's A Room of One's Ovens. In that book, she emphasized on that women should have her own personal room and her financial independence. Then the final is a woman's solidarity and sisterhood. So there is no need for a quotation, because Fuller herself work for women solidarity, and also she worked for a sisterhood. In 1839, Fuller hosted a conversation discussion group for a woman in Boston, where they debates philosophy, politics, and gender role. She believed that a woman could only fully achieve liberation when they recognize their common challenges and work collectively toward change. So the here is the example of Gangubai Kathiawadi. She also do conclusion, but yes. પ્રેઝન્ટ સ્ક્રીન માંથી કરી નાખો.
Present. नहीं नहीं नहीं. Present. Present. છે.
બસ બસ
એટલે તારા મોઢા પર આવે.
So here is an example of Gangubai Kathiawadi. She also doing a work for a sex worker, as Margaret Fuller do for American women. And another example of Queen, that Rani transformed from a timid, dependent woman into a confident and independent individual with the support of Vijay Lakshmi she meets in foreign. So these are the key idea of Margaret Fuller. And final conclusion, the fusion of transcendentalism and feminism underscore the timeless relevance of self-reliance, inner spirituality, and resistance to societal constraint in the fight for a gender equality. From Margaret Fuller's writing to modern feminist literature and media, women continue to reclaim a transcendentalist idea as a means of empowerment. This connection remain vital in a contemporary feminist movement, illustrating the enduring impact of transcendentalist thought on the pursuit of female autonomy and self-discovery. So here is my references, and thank you. Now you are free to ask question.
So, Krishna, my question is to you that what were the key argument in Fuller's work Women in the 19th Century?
So basically, Fuller discuss about the equal right of women, but majorly she focus on education and equal opportunity for education.
So, Krishna, my question is for you that what historical and cultural factors lead to the rise of transcendentalism?
So the some major cultural and historical event Romanticism, American Renaissance, and protest for black people. These all major event uh, uh, major event rise the transcendentalism. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Khushi Ravya and my today's topic is from Hemingway to Bollywood, how war movies still glorify heroism. This is my personal information. This is table of contents. Research question: how do war narratives in Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls and Bollywood films Border and Shershah construct the idea of heroism, and to what extent do they glorify war despite its inherent tragedies? Hypothesis: while For Whom the Bell Tolls presents heroism as a complex mix of duty and tragedy, Bollywood war films like Border and Shershah uh, predominantly glorify heroism by framing war as a patriotic duty and sacrifice as a noble act. Despite some nuanced portrayals, war films continue to emphasize valor and nationalism, reinforcing the idea that heroism is inseparable from war. Introduction: war narratives often shape public perception of heroism, blending sacrifice, duty, and nationalism. Ernest Hemingway's From Whom the Bell Tolls present war as a both tragic and heroic, highlight moral dilemmas and personal sacrifice. In contrast, Bollywood films like Border and Shershah tend to glorify heroism, portraying soldiers and symbols of national pride. This presentation explores how this narrative construct war heroes, questioning whether they critique war's brutality or romanticize it through notion of sacrifice and duty. Hemingway's view on heroism, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Robert Jordan as a Hemingway hero. Hemingway's protagonists include Robert Jordan, embody duty, courage, and sacrifice. Jordan is portrayed as an idealistic yet pragmatic soldier who upholds his mission despite personal quotes. Tone between love and duty. Hemingway's recurring theme of character who must balance personal desire, Jordan's love for Maria, with a higher purpose. Glorification of war. While Hemingway does not romanticize war, he suggests that meaning can emerge from sacrifice. Jordan's final act, staying behind to delay enemy troops, demonstrates the paradox of heroism. Suffering gives heroism its depth. War is tragic yet meaningful. Hemingway acknowledges war's brutality but also explores how individuals find meaning and nobility in self sacrifice. This supports the question, can heroism exist without suffering? A central concern from whom the bell tolls. War is both tragic and noble in Hemingway's work. How does Hemingway balance glorification and realism? It's a war is heroic, death, loss, and betrayal. But it also creates legends, the idea of dying for a noble cause. The romanticized soldier. Robert Jordan's bravely a symbol of selfless heroism. Comparison to real world war narratives. This is a chart of the Bollywood versus Hollywood versus Bollywood war hero aspects. War is glorified in from whom the belt is glorified with tragedy. In the border movie, it's glorified as a patriotic, and in the Shersa as a heroic. Romance and sacrifice in from whom the belt also love Jordan's love for Maria and in the border movie soldiers love for their families in Shersa's from whom the belt also Vikram Batra loves his beloved one. How death is portrayed in the womb the belt also death is portrayed like heroic and tragic. In the border it's a heroic martyrdom, and in Shesha glorified sacrifice. Patriotism focus in from whom the beltols it's individual moral choice, and the border national duty, and in the Sersha is a national heroism. Bollywood's war hero, Border, published in 1997. The story of the India-Pakistan war in 1971. Directed by J.P. Datta, Border is a patriotic Bollywood war film based on the real events of the Indian-Pakistan War in 1971, particularly focus on the Battle of Longwala. The film stars Sunny Deol, Jackie Shroff, and Akshay Khanna. The film centers around the soldiers of the Indian Army stationed at the Lonwala post who are automated by the Pakistani forces. Despite the odds, they defend their post heroically, showcasing immense bravery and sacrifice. The narrative also intertwines the personal lives of the soldiers, adding emotional depth to the story. Glorification of patriotism and heroism in border. Historical basis based on the battle of Longwala, showcase the courage and sacrifice of Indian soldier in the face of overwhelming odds. Portrayal of soldiers depicted as fearless patriotic warriors committed to their duty. Soldiers represented national pride, honor, and selfless service to the country. Glorification of war. War portrayed as an honorable duty bound endeavor. Soldiers' action in battle are viewed as heroical rather than tragic. Heroism as martyrdom. Death in battle is celebrated as martyrdom rather than a personal loss. Sacrifice is seen as a noble act integral to defense of the nation. Emotional and patriotic music. The film's music highlights the emotional intensity, reinforcing and the themes of patriotism and sacrifice. Song and dialogues foster a sense of national pride and collective spirit. Cinematic technique use. Dramatic dialogues and visual of soldiers in action enhance the glorification of heroism. Strong emotional appeal aims to inspire pride in viewers. Comparison to Hemingway's themes. Similarly, the Hemingway's portrayal the soldiers as heroic figures bound by duty, not personal tragedy. Focus on a valor of men in war rather than the futility or loss of life. Impact and legacy. Border remains a significant film in Indian cinema for its patriotic tone and celebration of military heroism. Continues to inspire a sense of pride and honor related to the Indian armed forces. Bollywood's modern war hero Sher Shah. The story of Captain Vikram Batra, Karlik War, movie published in 1999. Parallels to From Whom the Bell Tolls. Shershah is a Bollywood war film based on the real life story of Captain Vikram Batra, a soldier of Indian Army who became a hero during Kargil War. Directed by Vishnu Vardhan, the film stars Siddharth Malhotra as Vikram Batra and K.R. Advani play role as his loved one. The film follows Captain Batra's courageous journey during the Kargil War, his heroic deeds in battle, and his ultimate sacrifice. Unknown for his bravery and determination, Batra is immortalized as a symbol of Indian patriotism. Romanticizing sacrifice. Much like Robert Jordan in From Wunther Beltos, Captain Vikram Batra exemplifies the theme of choosing death over retreat, symbolizing unwearying patriotism and heroism in the face of insurmountable odds. His sacrifice is glorified as an act of ultimate courage. The larger than life hero. Shershah focuses heavily on Captain Batra's bravery, presenting him as an iconic figure whose individual valor overshadows the collective efforts of the soldiers involved in the Kargil War. This mirrors the portrayal of Robert Jordan, where personal heroism becomes the focal point of the narrative. Glorification through cinematography and music. Like emotional intensity in Hemingway's narrative, Shershah uses powerful cinematography and evocative music to elevate Captain Batra's story. This element amplified the dramatic portrayal of his heroism, making the sacrifice feel larger than life, akin to the grand cinematic style of war films. Here is the year-wise comparison chart, showcasing the box office earnings and popularity score for these three films. Conclusion. War narratives shape heroism, balancing sacrifice, duty, and national pride. Hemingway's From the Whom the Bell Tolls portraits were war as tragic yet meaningful, while Bollywood films like Border and Shershah glorify heroism through patriotism. Hollywood explores war's psychological toll, whereas Bollywood frames its noble sacrifice. Ultimately, storytelling both glorifies and critiques war, blurring the line between reality and myth. These are my references. Thank you. Now you free to ask questions.
Khushi, my question is for you. Why does Hemingway focus on internal conflict in his war heroes?
Hemingway's war hero are not just warriors, but it's a thinkers and confuse between personal desires and duty. So Hemingway focus on hero's internal conflict.
So, Khushi, my question, how do Hollywood and Bollywood differ in their depiction of war heroes?
Hollywood tends to explore psychological and moral dilemmas of war, while Bollywood focuses on national pride and national pride and selfless sacrifice. It's make more honorable. Thank you.
Can you go back to your references slide? Now, can you tell me if there is something missing there?
No.
The original text.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, whenever you are making a critique of a text, the text should at least be there in your references, unless there's no point of the critical analysis. Another thing is, go back to the graph which you have added to your presentation. Yeah. How is this justified to the central argument of your presentation?
It's a popularity chart and earning chart of these three movies who justify at that times popularity of war movies and modern times war movies.
Yeah, that is something I can understand. You've just mentioned it in your presentation. But what I'm asking is the central argument which you've mentioned in your hypothesis, right, is to study how heroism is maintained throughout even modern texts and cinema and so on and so forth, right? But this graph is highlighting the popularity indexed or the earnings of the movie. Now, this graph would be relevant if you're talking about, let's say, audience response, or let's say the influence of cinema on particular audiences and how heroism becomes, let's say, one of the popular themes which people do want to watch in the movies, right? This graph would be relevant there. But your concern is with how heroism sustains as a major theme, right? The way it does in Hemingway's text, right? That is your hypothesis. So this graph then becomes unjustified to the presentation, right? When you mention earnings and things, you are basically trying to refer to the audience response, right? Which is not a part of your discussion. Is it?
Yes.
Okay. So just work on these things. Try to see even the comparison which you provided, Bollywood and Hollywood, right? Now, if you're trying to do comparative study between a text and cinema, then you need to see how Hollywood and Bollywood comparison is relevant there. Because in your hypothesis, you are not mentioning any sort of comparative analysis between three different sections of the film, right? One is the adaptation into the Hollywood movie that you have, right? One is the Bollywood movie, right? Which may or may not be the adaptation of the original text. See the problem? So when you do the comparative analysis, try to see if there is some sort of explicit relevance of the text in the examples which you are trying to compare. Right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Khushi Makwana. Today, I'm dealing with the topic Robert Jordan as a Hemingway hero. So, we discuss about the archetype of Hemingway hero and the main characteristic of Hemingway hero by Ernest Hemingway. My personal information, table of contents. My research question is, to what extent does Robert Jordan in the For Whom the Bell Tolls embody the characteristic of the archetypal Hemingway hero, and how does he patriarchal contribute to the novel's theme of war, love, and sacrifice? Hypothesis: Robert Jordan as a protagonist in For Whom the Bell Tolls exemplifies the Hemingway hero archetype through his stoicism, courage, and the moral complexity. This portrayal reinforces the novel's theme of the individual's struggle for meaning in the face of war, the power of love and sacrifice, and the complexity of moral choices in the conflict-ridden world. Introduction. Ernest Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway, July 21 in 1819 to July 2, 1961, was an American writer known for his conscious style. His work include The Old Man and the Sea and A Farewell to Arm, explore war and realities. He won the Nobel Prize in 1954 and died by suicide in 1961. He was also a journalist. Overview of the novel. For Whom the Bell Tolls in 1940 is a novel by Ernest Hemingway. Set during the Spanish Civil War, it follows the Robert Jordan as an American dynamiter assigned to blow up a bridge to aid to Republican offenses. As a collaborates with the Spanish guerrillas, he natives the theme of love, sacrifice, and the brutality of war. The novel explores the essential question and the impact of war and individual and society. Themes in For Whom the Bell Tolls, the war and its impact. The novel portrays the brutality of Spanish Civil War, showing how violence affects both individual and society. Ernest wrote this novel after Civil War, so some impact of war and destroyed and some things include in this. Second, love and sacrifice. The relationship between Robert Jordan and Maria highlights love and a source of hope amid chaos, while Jordan's ultimate the sacrifice underscored the cost of duty. In the case of Robert Jordan and Maria's relationship, they have some some way of same flashback, and they both support each other emotionally and physically also. Third one, struggle and identity and purpose. Jordan grapples with his beliefs, questioning his role in the war and seeking meaning in his action. Robert Jordan, the protagonist. Robert Jordan, the protagonist For Whom the Bell Tolls. Description: a young American fighter and the Republican cause in the Spanish Civil War. Role: assigned to destroy a bridge to assign guerrilla fighters. He is one of the guerrilla who, who help guerrilla and who fights for nation. Characteristics: stoic, courageous, and the deeply introspective, struggling with duty and sacrifice. The Hemingway hero archetype. Hemingway hero, a character embodying Hemingway's ideals of the stoic is in courage. Definition: typically a stoic, courage, and the often isolated figure. Key traits: display emotional resistance, moral complexity, and the strong individualism, which is all the archetype of Hemingway hero, which we show the character of Robert Jordan. That's he was courageous and fight for nations, sacrifice his love for nations, and accepting death also. Robert Jordan as a Hemingway hero. Stoicism. Robert Jordan remains the calm and compares the even in the life threatened situations, embodying the Hemingway's hero's real essence, courage. He willingly risked his life for the Republican cause, showing his bravery in both action and thought. Individualism, though part of a guerrillas group, he makes independent decisions, staying the true of to his personal beliefs and the sense of duty. Complexity of the Robert Jordan's in For Whom the Bell Tolls. First, emotional depth. His love for Maria represents his longing for the normal life amidst war. Struggle with the fear of death, especially as the mission near its climax. Find the brief moments of happiness despite the surrealism violence. Second, moral dilemmas. The question the uh, right honnesses of war and the necessity to killing, struggle with the conflict between duty and personal beliefs, feel guilt over taking leaves, but understand that it is a part of the cause. He he also he also regret for his love, but he apologized his duty to self sacrifice, declared to stay behind to cover his comrades' riots, accept his death as necessary for Act 4, the success of the mission. His sacrifice highlights him the commitment to cause over the personal survival. Supporting character in For Whom the Bell Tolls. First, Maria symbolizes love and hope, the midst for war. A young woman who has suffered at the hand of the fascist yet finds scholar in Robert Jordan. Her relationship with Jordan serves as the uh, counterbalance to the violence and the description of war, represent of the emotional side of war, its toll on the individual and the in the small glimmers of peace admires the chaos. Maria support Robert Jordan as his beloved Pablo, embodying internal conflict and fear. Once a strong and fearless guerrillas leader, he became a disillusioned and the hesitant. His struggle between the self-preservation and the duty to the cause reflect the moral dilemmas of war. At the time of betrayal, the group but later tries to redeem himself, adding complexity to his character. Pablo also helped Robert Jordan to their mission, character dynamics, and the theme. The interaction between Maria and Pablo and Robert Jordan explored the theme of loyalty and betrayal. Pablo's various loyalty contrasts with Maria's unvarying love. The tension within the guerrillas group reflect the larger ideological struggle of the Spanish Civil War. Maria represents what the worth fighting for, while Pablo questioning whenever the fight is worth the cost. Conclusion. Robert Jordan in the For Whom the Bell Tolls. It is a unique take on the Hemingway hero, blending the storytelling with emotional complexity and moral ambiguity. Unlike the Hemingway's typical detachment, detached protagonist, Jordan remains the realist yet deeply introspect, commitment to his cause while the questioning its morality. His love for the Maria's aid vulnerability, making him more emotionally open than traditional Hemingway heroes. His character leaves a lasting impact on readers, redefining heroism as both courageous and the introspective, influence the literary paradox of the war and sacrifice. Here are my references. Thank you. Now, if you have any question, then feel to ask me.
So, Khushi, my question is, what role does fatalism play in Robert Jordan's journey?
The fatalism is the when the particularly the Robert Jordan is accepting his death by war and ending the war and focus on his mission, that he sacrificed her love for accepting death for nation, and he was don't have any uh, any regret for it. So next.
So, Khushi, my question is, how does Robert Jordan's relationship with Maria contribute to his characterization as a Hemingway hero?
As a Hemingway hero, Robert Jordan and Maria's character, their both relationship, it Hemingway hero's archetype, we know the emotional depth in that. That's both relationship is emotional. That they Robert Jordan died, and he tell to Maria that go and live, and Maria cannot do this, but Robert Jordan telling her to sacrifice her life for nation. So it characterized as a Hemingway hero to this scene.
Can you go back to your references slide? Yes. Can you find something missing there? Again, the original text is missing, citation wise. Another thing is this MLA citation? Yes, anybody would like to answer, is this MLA citation? No, right? Another thing is, again, a lot of sources are just summary websites. There is no reference or no source related to the core conceptual element in your presentation, and that is Hemingway hero. Any article or the person who actually theorized the concept of the Hemingway hero, any source regarding that is missing from the references. Now, if you have that, then the entire presentation is nullified, right? Your arguments, your justification are pointless. One of the questions which was asked by Krishna, it is a good question, that how are the discussions regarding the other supporting characters relevant to your topic? Your discussion is the hypothesis which you have set is about the Hemingway hero and its application on For Whom the Bell Tolls, and Robert Jordan as a character who sort of is thematized in the context of the Hemingway hero, right? But then what about the other characters which you have included in the presentation? Are they contributing in any way to the core concept of your presentation? Maria is just one case.
Yes.
Right? So whenever you prepare presentations, think about these things, right? What are the aspects which are relevant to your discussion and what are not, right? Whenever you include information like graphs or any other such discussions in your presentation, see to it that they are justified within the arguments which you are presenting, right? Okay, next.
Hello everyone, myself Khushi Goswami. Today's my presentation topic is Transcendentalism in Life of Pi, exploring philosophy through Jan Martel's novel. These are my academic details and presentations detail. Table of content. My research question is, how does Life of Pi reflect transcendentalist philosophy through themes of self-reliance, nature, and personal spirituality? My hypothesis is Life of Pi embodying a core transcendentalist idea by portraying the protagonist's journey as a taste of self-reliance and a deep spiritual connection with nature, and involving personal exploration of faith. Through Pi's survival story, the novel suggests that true enlightenment and resilience come from within rather than external authority or material wealth. Introduction. Life of Pi, novel by Jan Martel, is exploring the theme of survival, faith, and human connection with nature. Well, transcendentalism is a 19th century philosophical movement emphasizing nature, self-reliance, and personal spirituality. About the novel, Life of Pi novel written by Jan Martel. It was published in 2001. The story of Pisan Molitor Patel is known as Pi, a young boy stranded on a lifeboat in a Pacific Ocean. This novel blends with adventure, survival, and spirituality. This novel exploring the theme of faith, the human will to survive, and the nature of reality. Jan Martel won the main Booker Prize for fiction in 2002. What is transcendentalism? Transcendentalism is a philosophy who react against the industrialization and the strict religious orthodoxy. It was emerged in 19th century with writers like Emerson, Thoreau, and Fuller. When Emerson's self realization, emphasizing on trusting own self, and while Thoreau's Walden gives the idea of living simply in the nature. So self-reliance and survival. Emerson's idea about self-reliance encourages individual to trust themselves, and Thoreau's idea of living independently in nature teaches self-sufficiency. In the novel, Case of Pi is stranded in a Pacific Ocean with only limited supplies. So while he was in the ocean, he has no beyond supporter. He has only facing problems with their own self. So his survival depends on understanding nature, mirroring transcendentalist ideals. When Pi adapted by rotating food, training Richard Parker, who is a tiger, and using his understanding on the understanding of the ocean to survive. It emphasizing that this aligns with Emerson philosophy that individuals must try themselves and find strength within rather than relying on societal structure or institution. Divine in nature. According to Emerson, nature is a spiritual guide revealing deeper truth. In the novel, the ocean, sky, and animals are both beautiful and dangerous. The luminescent sea as a moment of transcendence where Pi feels a way and connection to something greater. The carnivorous Iceland represent both the power and mysteries of nature. It's surviving as a taste of Pi's survival and understanding. So here Pi finds a spiritual connection with Richard Parkle, is the name of tiger, is showing harmony with nature. Intuition and spiritual exploration. Transcendentalists value personal religious experience over institutional doctrines. The Pi practices Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam, embracing multiple spiritual paths. So his faith is strengthened through the suffering and survival, showing personal spiritual discovery. The transcendentalist connection here Emerson's idea about every man's connection is a solution in hieroglyphic to those inquiries he would put. So here Pi's experience is an individual spiritual journey not confined by one religion. Overcoming materialism and embracing the inner self. Thoreau's Walden rejects materialism to find higher understanding. Pi loses all material possession in the shipwreck. His survival journey focusing on the essential food, water, faith, and self-awareness. The novel suggests true knowledge and enlightenment come from within, aligns with transcendentalist ideas. Conclusion: Pi's journey is not just about survival, it's about discovering truth through nature, self reliance, and spiritual experience. Life of Pi reflect the key transcendentalist idea like self reliance in Pi's survival through intuition and resourcefulness. Nature as a teacher. The ocean and animals shape his journey. Personal spirituality in the faith is an involving individual experience. Simplicity and enlightenment, loss of materials good leads to inner discovery. The novel suggests that spiritual and philosophical growth comes from experience and nature, not external authority. Here are my references, and thank you. If you guys have any question, feel free to ask.
So, Khushi, my question is, how does Pi's acceptance of multiple religions connect to transcendentalism?
Transcendentalism believed in personal spiritual expectation rather than focusing on not multiple but one religion. He declined only one single religion, orthodoxy. Here in the Pi's case, he showcasing the Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam, all these religion. So these showcasing open-minded and intuitive approach to faith.
So, Khushi, my question is, what lesson does life of Pi teach about the real essence?
Resilience, it means this novel explore this theme through the focus on your own self rather than materialistic or according to Emerson's idea. These novel explore through the Pi's character how we can find any solution through our inner strength. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Jyotimay. Today I am dealing with my presentation topic Love and War, the relationship between Robert Jordan and Maria. This is my personal information. This is my table of contents and research question. How does Ernest Hemingway depict the relationship between Robert Jordan and Maria in For Whom the Bell Tolls, and what does the reveal about the impact of war and love? On love, a hypothesis. Hemingway present the love between Robert Jordan and Maria as a brief yet intense refuse from the brutality of war, symbolizing both hope and inevitable loss. Their relationship illustrates how war accelerates emotional connections but also makes them fragile, emphasizing Hemingway's broader theme that love though powerful, is often a casualty of war's relentless destruction. Introduction. For Whom the Bell Tolls, Ernest Hemingway's powerful novel set against the backdrop of the Spanish Civil War 1936 and 1939 explores the complexities of human experiences in times of conflict. The novel delves into profound themes of war, sacrifice, duty, and crucially love. At the heart of the narrative is the intense and fleeting relationship between Robert Jordan, an American volunteer, and Maria, a young Spanish woman whose life has been shattered by the war. Jordan's character, an American volunteer. Robert Jordan is American dynamiter fighting on the Republican side of the Spanish Civil War. He brings a unique perspective as an outsider, deeply committed to the Spanish cause, idealism, and pragmatism. He is a complex character, balancing a strong sense of idealism about the fight against fascism with the pragmatic, almost cynical understanding of the realities of war. He is a professional focused on his mission, duty, and sacrifice. Jordan is driven by a strong sense of duty. He understands the importance of his mission to blow up the bridge, even at a great personal risk. This sense is duty is a character, a young Spanish woman
આ છે
ના 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 એન પછી
આ આ
હા ઓકે યુ કેન કન્ટિન્યુ ઓકે હા હવે શરૂ છે લાઈવ છે okay. Maria's character, a young Spanish woman. Maria is a young woman whose life has been deeply affected by the Spanish Civil War. She represents the innocence and vulnerability that is often lost in time of conflict, trauma, and resilience. Maria has endured significant trauma, including the loss of her family and brutal experiences during the war. Despite his, she displays a remarkable resilience and a deep longing for healing and connection. Symbol of hope in the context of the war, Maria symbolizes hope for the future and the possibility of finding peace and love amidst chaos. Uh, Finding security in love. Her relationship with Robert Jordan provides her with a sense of security and a chance a chance to rebuild her life. She finds solace and strength in their connection. And love amidst war, fervent and passionate war. Robert and Maria's love blossoms amidst the chaos of war, providing a stark contrast to the brutality and destruction surrounding them. Their connection is intense and passionate, born from a shared understanding of their circumstances and a deep need for human connection. Love as an escape for both Robert and Maria. Their love affairs offer a temporary escape from horrors of war. It provides them with moments of joy, intimacy, and a sense of non normalcy and the otherwise chaotic world. A fragile hope. Their love represents a fragile hope for the future, a belief that even in the midst of war, love and human connection can still exist. It is a statement, testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The tragic ending, the tragic ending of Robert Jordan and Maria's love. In For Whom the Bell Tolls, Robert Jordan's love for Maria's is deep, but doomed by war, injured and unable to escape. He sacrifices himself so Maria and others can flee. His death symbolizes the clash between love and duty, showing the war ultimately dictates fate. Maria's sorrow highlights love as a casualty of war, reinforcing Hemingway's message of its impermanence. Their belief but intense romance serves as a testament of human connection amidst chaos, questioning whether love can survive in wartime or is merely an illusion. In a conclusion, love is a double-edged sword. Robert Jordan and Maria's love acts as a powerful source of emotional resilience in the face of war's horror. It provides them with moments of profound connections and meanings. However, it also becomes a vulnerable casualty, ultimately succumbing to the destructive forces of the conflict. Hemingway's exploration of intervened destinies. Hemingway uses their relationship to explore the complex and often tragic interplay between love and war. He demonstrates how war can intensify human connections, forcing individuals to find solace in each other, will simultaneously highlighting how it shatter even the most profound bonds. Here my references, and thank you. Now you are free. Ask me a question.
Jyoti, my question is for you. How does Robert Jordan's love for Maria affect his final moments?
Robert Jordan's love for Maria affect his final moment in the it makes Robert sacrifice and more emotional, and he dies on Maria's thinking in the final moments. Next.
Jyoti, my question is how does Robert and Maria's farewell scene capture the depth of their love?
Robert Jordan and Maria's farewell scene capture in the depth their love. In the moment is the in the finally goodbye, and Robert and Maria is called Robert Jordan. He want to he doesn't want to Robert Jordan never, and Robert Jordan to tell the Maria, and he was the tell to her, and he go to and live, and her love is strong in the scene of the capture in depth there in love. Thank you for this is my side.
Go back to your references. Yeah. Again, repeating the same mistake. Original text is missing from the citations. The last citation is not even MLA style citation, right? And the summarizing tool is once again. I hope you work on these errors, right? And prepare the presentation the in-text citation which are missing, right? Wherever a relevant source has been referred to in your arguments, add the in-text citation there. And that's it. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, I am Jay Waghani, and today I will deal with existentialism and nihilism, searching for meaning in suffering in Long Day's Journey into Night. This is my academic details and presentation details, table of content. A research question. How does Long Day's Journey into Night explores existentialism and nihilism through the tyrant's family suffering reputations of trauma and failure of communication? Hypothesis. Eugene O'Neill's Long Day's Journey into Night presents deeply existential and nihilistic vision of human suffering, where characters struggles between the search for meaning and the acceptance of life, inherent meaninglessness through addiction, regrets, and existential paralysis. The Tyrant family embodies the tension between the desire of transcendence and the incapable weight of the past, ultimately suggesting that suffering is both binding and alienating, with no clear path to redemption. Introduction to the play and context. Eugene O'Neill was a pioneer American playwright known for bringing psychological depth and realism to the stage longest journey into night is widely regarded as his masterpiece written in the early 1940s and published posthumously. It is a deeply autobiographical play that explores addiction, guilt, and family dysfunction. Set in a single day, it reflects O'Neill's personal struggle and offers insights into American life and identity in the 20th century. So in this slide, I will going to explore existentialism and nihilism from the play Long Day's Journey into Night through giving example of Tyrant's family or all characters. The Tyrant family is trapped by the past. As we know that Tyrant family, so all characters are living in a past, unable to find meaning in the present, reflecting existential despair. Mary retreats into morphine addicted and memories to escape reality. Mary is addicted to the morphine in this play, and she was also live in a past. She says that the past is the present, isn't it? It's the future too. Edmund experience a fleeting moment of truth, but also long for escape through death. In the play, Edmund was ill. That's why he was also he was different than other characters in this play. Because all characters are wants to escape from past and escape from difficulties of life from through addiction, morphine, and everything. But Edmund is go another way. He's like poetry or art. The fog was where I wanted to be. Jamie represents nihilism, confessions. He tries to destroy his brother, hour of jealousy and breathness. Symbols like fog, darkness, and alcohol reflects isolation, disillusionment, and the collapse of meaning. O'Neill's portrait a world where love, hope, and faith are replaced by regret, denial, and existential emptiness. Tyrant's family is shared suffering. Tyrant's family is portrayed as a deep dysfunctional unit bound by addiction, blame, and emotional pain. Each member suffers. James was miserly and emotionally withdrawn. Mary was addicted of morphine and she was like mental and she's living past. Jamie was drink alcohol and he is also difficulties from guilt. Edmund was ill and he suffered from tuberculosis and emotional sensitivity. Their suffering is shared but unresolved. Each person both causes and feels the pain of the others. The family lacks empathy, support, and communication. As you know that all are repeating all dialogues again and again. So there is no communication. Trapped in cycle, conflict, and emotional breakdown. O'Neill's presents the Tyrant's family as a modern tragic unit, consumed by regret and unable to heal, held each tied to the past and each other's suffering. Mary, Tyrant, and escapism. Mary was escape from past or difficulties through morphine and addiction. Mary uses morphine addiction and nostalgic memories to escape the pain of her reality. She was also using her past memory, like she was happy before her marriage. She identifies the past, her convert days, the lost dream, and repeats. The past is the present, isn't it? It's the future too. This dialogue she is repeatedly speak. It's connected with her before her marriage. Her Daniel of Edmund's illness and her husband's fault shows her avoidance of painful truth. Freud's psychological example explain her behavior through the idea her unconscious desire overpower reason. The fog symbolize her emotions retreat. Uh, it hides you from the world and the world from you. Mary's escapism reflects her deep psychological suffering, tragic retreat from reality through addiction and memory. James Tyron's and fear. James Tyron's fear and emptiness. Materialism and stability. Tyrants seeks security is property and wealth. Tyron was always says about her property and everything, and he is always trying to save her money, his money. Fear of poverty. His fear drives his obsessions with material possessions. Emotional portrays. Emotional paralyze. He materialism prevents personal growth, resistance to change. Tyron avoids confronting life's absurdity, impact on family. His wealth focus mindset harm family's relationship. As I was early said that he was a save money and don't focus on his family. Edmund and the search for meaning. Edmund Tyron represents the existential core of the play, searching for purpose in a world of emotional suffering. He uses sublimation fruits theory to transform pain into poetry, reflection, and philosophical thought. I was also mentioned this that he was focused in poetry. Unlike other families members, Edmund seek more than escape. He seeks understanding and peace through imagination. He is both a witness and victim of family's dysfunction, mirroring O'Neill himself. Edmund was reflect O'Neill himself in this play. Edmund's struggle in the spiritual journeys, search for meaning beyond addiction, illness, and emotional silence. Jamie and self-destruction. Jamie suffers from intense self-loathing, guilt, and failure. Classic signs of negative self-evaluation. He uses alcohol to numb emotional pain and frankly subterfuges himself and others. As we know that in play, Jamie was once Jamie was escape from reality, and he was using alcohol to escaping all pain. His confessions of trying to ruin Edmund shows inner conflict and emotional collapses. Jamie's self-destructive actions reflect a deep fear of independence, inadequacy, and internal emptiness. Jamie's downfall is driven by unresolved guilt and desire for punishment, making him a tragic symbol of self-directed emotional damage. Repetition, time, and the absurd. The Tyron family repeats the same arguments and regret, showing trauma as a cycle, not a journey. In the play, all characters are doing repetition in dialogue, and also they don't make communication better. Time in the play is circular, not linear. The past haunts the present, and the future brings no change. That all the characters are live in a past. They can't don't even try to stay in present or future. Represent stating living room mental times, and dialogues reflects emotional stations and existential paralysis. Alcohol, morphine, and Daniel serves as escape from time and reality, deepening the absurdity of existence. The fog symbolize confusion, fading hope, and the characters retreat from clarity. O'Neill's transformations, time into a trap, repetitions into suffering, and life into a quiet absurdity mirroring the existential condition. Language, silence, and incommunicability. Character speaks often but rarely connect emotionally. Speech becomes a barrier, not a bridge. I also mentioned this that they are not communicating well and repeating all dialogue. Grammatically errors. She don't. I say. Rotner show educational and emotional limitations. Phonological shifts that Mary is use AP rather than happy. Reflects internal disappear and self alienations. Inconsistent speech symbolize emotional fragmentation. They talk but don't truly communicate. Silence in the play speaks louder, making guilt. Daniel and deep emotional represents. O'Neill shows how language fails under emotional pressures, making silence the true language of suffering. The sea as a symbol of existential longing. The sea represents a freedom, mystery, and escape, contrast to the tyrant's family's emotional confinement. Sea is as a symbol, like Edmund is also connected with this, and Mary is also connected with sea. Edmund connects with sea as a space of cosmic unity and peace. That he is connected with sea and symbolize peace of him. It symbolizes his longing to escape suffering, time, and identity to be part of something infinite. Intertextual links to heart. Karen highlights the sea as a space of beauty, death, and emotional truth. The sea becomes a symbol of existential transcendence, reflecting Edmund's search for meaning beyond the physical and emotional world. The role of fate and free will. The Tyrant family appears to make choice, but their lives are shaped by addiction, trauma, and social forces. Fate dominates through Tyrant's poverty-driven fear of loss, Mary's morphine addiction, Jamie's emotional damage, and Edmund's isolation and illness. Sociological theory shows identity is molded by both personal pain and outside pressures, limitations to true free will. The family represent destructive patterns trapped in a cycle of inherited behavior and emotional denial. O'Neill presents free will as a illusion. His characters act, but their fates are already written by past wants and social forces. O'Neill's autobiographical existentialism. O'Neill reflects his own life through the tyrant's family. The tyrant's tyrant. He's a alcoholic father. That we know that O'Neill's father was alcoholic in real life, and his mother was also addicted to morphine and all. And Edmund is a mirror himself. The family suffers from identity crisis, addictions, and guilt. Hallmarks of existential disappear. Drinking and Daniel replace meaning. Each character lost touch with their true self. Symbol like fog and repetitive speech show confusion, isolation, and a lack of free will. The fog is also connected with O'Neill's life. O'Neill turns his own family trauma into existential tragedy. Where addiction erodes identity and life becomes a search for a meaning in a midst of regret. Conclusion. Eugene O'Neill's Long Day's Journey into Night is a powerful exploration of existential disappear, families, dysfunction, and struggles between fate and free will through deeply personal and symbolic storytelling. On O'Neill's portrays a family trapped in the cycle of addiction, regret, and miscommunication, mirroring his own life experiences. The play's use of time, repetitions, and symbols like fog and sea highlights the character's search for a meaning in a indifferent world. Ultimately, O'Neill presents a tragic vision of human existence where past wounds shape the present, and escape from suffering remains just out of reach. Here are references, and thank you. Any question?
Jay, my question is how does O'Neill's contrast materialism and artistic sensibility through Tyrants and Edmund?
So O'Neill is connect materialism with Tyrant because he was only focus on his money, and he don't care about his family, and he also plead poverty to doctor, and on the other hand, Edmund was trying to escape with art and poet. He is gone through with the way of poetry and artistic.
Hey, my question for you, how does O'Neill show that the past controlled the tyrant's family?
As we know that in play all are doing same things and repetition, all dialogues again and again, and like Mary was her past before marriage, and she was and also Edmund was also addicted, means he was also okay. Jamie was blame his father, and Edmund was hopeless because of his illness.
Hello everyone. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today is our second day of presentation on paper number 108, the American literature, and my presentation topic is Margaret Fuller's critique of organized religion and spirituality. I choose this topic because Margaret Fuller's ideology and her perspective of believe in ourself and personal individuality. So let's begin. Here is my academic informations. This is table of contents which we will discuss in detail. And here the first research question and hypothesis. My research question is, how does Margaret Fuller critique organized religion while advocating for a more personal and inclusive spirituality in her works, particularly in Women in the 19th Century? My hypothesis is Margaret Fuller critique organized religion as a patriarchal institution that limits individual spiritual growth and enforce rigid doctrine that suppress women's intellectual and moral development. Instead, she advocates for a more inclusive, transcendental spirituality rooted in personal intuition, self-reliance, and the pursuit of universal truth. Her approach elegance with transcendentalist ideals, challenging institutionalized faith while emphasizing on inner experiential connection with the divine. Then introduction. As we know, Margaret Fuller was one of the female one of the female American translator, editor, editor, and one of the female who is writing many who writing many like type of letter, and that Margaret Fuller born on 1810 and died on 1850. She criticized organized religion for reinforcing patriarchy and restricting a woman's intellectual and moral growth. In her work in Woman in the 19th Century, 1845, she argued that rigid doctrine and institutional control suppress the independent thought. Instead, she promoted a personal spirituality based on institution, self-reliance, and direct connection with the divine, influenced by transcendentalism, especially Emerson. She viewed spirituality as a liberating force beyond sectarian boundaries, essential for women's empowerment and societal progress. Then, Fuller's critique of organized religion. Here, the 2 points. The first is beliefs about institutional religion. Stifles personal spiritual growth, reinforces patriarchal oppression, limits intellectual and moral freedom. Then imposes rigid doctrine that suppress individuality, priorities institutional control over personal faith, and creates a barrier to women's spiritual participation. Then second point is like criticism of clergy and church authority. And this question on male exclusive religious leadership criticized the dogmatic interpretation of scripture, advocated for women's right to religious leadership, opposed hierarchical structures that enforce obedience, rejected the church role in restricting progressive thoughts, and then encourage direct spiritual experience over institutional meditation. Then the influence of transcendentalism. As we know, transcendentalism is what, who are the pillar of transcendentalism. Here, the transcendentalist believes priorities direct experience of the divine over religious dogma. Dogma means like superstition and andhvishwas, like viewed nature as a spiritual guide and source of wisdom. Then emphasize individual intuition as the highest form of knowledge. Key transcendentalism figures like first one is Ralph Waldo Emerson, self-reliance, inner divine, and self-dependence. Second one is Henry David Thoreau and his work like Walden, a simple living and connection with nature. And the third one is female pioneer is Margaret Fuller, and in her work, Woman in the 19th Century, she portrays a woman's intellectual and spiritual freedom. And Fuller's perspective, like rejected traditional religious doctrine and institutional control, advocated for spiritual self development over obedience to clergy, champion women's right to intellectual and spiritual autonomy. Then spirituality versus religious dogma. Here the first Fuller's definition of spirituality. Fuller saw spirituality as a personal, intuitive bond with the divine beyond religious structure. She valued self-discovery, moral reasoning, and inner harmony over rituals, emphasizing personal interpretation over institutional control. Then criticism of dogma. Religion should evolve with human progress. Spiritual growth should not be dictated by institutions opposed to rigid doctrine that suppress the intellectual and personal freedom. challenge the exclusion of women from religious authority, rejected the idea of blind faith without a personal experience. Then influence on modern spirituality, inspired later feminist theologian, advocated for spiritual inclusivity. Then encourage the breakdown of hierarchical religious structure and influence modern discussion on gender and religion. And then fuller on woman and religion. As we know, Margaret Fuller's ideology, and she was also critic, and she want to and that in that time she want to make in changes like women's right for they are aware, and their role, and what is the role of their. So here the religion as a tool of patriarchy. Institutionalized religion historically denied women access to religious education, limiting their ability to engage with theological discussion. It reinforced societal expectation from of female obedience to male authority, both in religious and domestic sphere. Then religious institution upheld rigid gender roles, restricting women's role within spiritual leadership and decision making. Then second one is Fuller's call for women's spiritual autonomy. Autonomy means swayatta. Argue that woman should have the freedom to interpret scripture independently without male intermediaries dictating religious truth. Advocated for woman female clergy, challenging the male dominated religious hierarchy, and encourage women to develop a personal spiritual identity beyond institutional constraint, promoting equality in religious thoughts and practice. And then criticism and legacy. Criticism in Fuller's time viewed as a too radical. Why? So Fuller's idea on women's independence and spiritual autonomy challenged deeply in ingrained gender norms. Critics considers her advocacy for female clergy and independent scriptural interpretation as extreme, then opposed by church leaders. Religious institutions saw her as a threat to tradition hierarchies. Clergy members criticized her writing for undermining male authority in religious discourse. Then modern influence inspired feminist theology. Fuller's argument laid the foundation for later feminist theologian who sought to reinterpret religious text through a gender inclusive lens. Then contributed to progressive religious thought. Her work influenced movements advocating for women's leadership in religious institutions and a greater spiritual autonomy. Here the conclusion. We can say Margaret Fuller was a pioneering thinker who boldly critiqued religious institutions, exposing their role in restricting individual freedom and reinforcing patriarchal norms. She championed personal spirituality over rigid dogma, advocating for self-reliance, critical thinking, and spiritual inclusivity. Uh, her progressive ideas deeply influenced feminism, theology, and transcendentalist philosophy, leaving a lasting impact on discussion on faith, gender, and intellectual freedom. Here my references, and thank you. I hope you found my presentation insightful, and if you want to more clarity, so feel free to ask any question.
Yeah, my question for you: how does transcendentalism shape Fuller's ideas about religion?
Transcendentalism shaped Fuller's idea about religion. Transcendentalism teaches that we find our soul, and transcendentalism teaches that we can find we can find some own personal individuality and that focus on everyone's life. So
So, Divya, my question is why does Margaret Fuller prefer spirituality or organized religion?
Margaret Fuller prefers spirituality over organized religion because Margaret Fuller Margaret Fuller believes that spirituality should come from the own personal experience, not from the blindly faith and religious dogma like. So that is the Margaret Fuller prefer spirituality over organized religion. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon to all of you. Today I present my presentation topic is the American dream versus reality in long days journey into night. This is my personal information. These are table of content. Research question: how does long days journey into night critique the American dream by portraying the Tyrone family struggle with addiction, regret, and disillusionment? And my hypothesis is Eugene O'Neill's Long Days Journey into Night demonstrates that the American dream is an illusion by showing how financial success fails to bring happiness, personal ambitions is sacrificed for survival, and addiction and regret prevent the Tyrone's family from achieving stability or fulfillment. These are biography of Eugene O'Neill. First is introduction. The American dream is the idea that anyone, regardless of their background, can achieve success and prosperity through the hard work, determination, and perseverance. It is deeply rooted in American culture and history, often associated with economic opportunity, social mobility, and personal freedom. The Taran family and the American dream. Eugene O'Neill's Long Day's Journey into Night portrays a family that once embodied the American dream but ultimately falls apart due to addiction, regret, and personal failures. Each member struggles with their own version of the dream versus reality. James Tyron. James Tyron is a complex character who embodies with the success and the failures of the American dream. He worked hard to rise from poverty, but his obsession with financial security ultimately damaged his family. His story highlights the tension between ambitions, fear, and personal sacrifice. Reality versus the dream. Sacrifice lead to emotional distance. Sees himself as a provider, but his frugality and emotions coldness push his family away. His sons resent his stinginess and lack of warmth. Frugality leads to Mary's addiction. Choose cheap medical care leading to Mary's morphine addiction. His attempt to save money backfires and shatting his dream of a happy home. Mary Tyron. Mary Tyron represents the failed promise of the American dream. Once full of hope, she becomes trapped in addiction and disillusionment, looking for an idealized past that never truly existed. Dream of happiness, but trapped in addiction. Sacrifice your dream for marriage. Want to be a penished or a nun, but gave up your ambitions for James. Expected love and stability, but found loneliness and disappointment. Escape into morphine addiction. Struggle to cope with the pressure of marriage and motherhood. Morphine becomes her way of expecting reality, deeping family dysfunction. Edmund and Jamie Tyron. Edmund and Jamie Tyron represent the failure of the American dream for the next generation. Instead of achieving success and stability, they struggle with illness, addiction, and disillusionment, unable to escape their family's toxic cycle. Edmund Tyron, diagnosed with tuberculosis, symbolizing the fragility of life and dreams. Influenced by literature and philosophy, he sees life as bleak and meaningless. His illness and pessimism contrast with the American dreams promise prosperity and hope. Reality versus dream. Instead of a bright future, he faces sickness and uncertainty. His poetic worldview highlights the limits of the American dream when faced with harsh reality. Jamie Tyron, a failed actor who turns to alcohol to escape his disappointment, resent his father's greed and his mother addiction, but falls into the same destructive habits. Waste opportunities symbolizing the failures of ambitions and success. Reality versus dream. Instead of independence and achievement, Jamie is trapped in addiction and failure. His downfall show how family dysfunction can destroy ambitions and hope. Illusion versus reality. Eugene O'Neill's play explore how the Tyron family cling to illusion to escape guilt, regret, and disappointment. Yet this illusion prevent healing. James Tyron believes wealth ensures security, but his mislines isolate his family. Mary Tyron romanticize her past, yet her morphine addiction traps her in denial. Jamie Tyrants pretend his failure are intentional, masking deep self-hearted. And Edmund Tyrant sees poetry as a salvation, but illness and family dysfunction keep him from escaping. While the American dream promises success and happiness, their reality is one of broken dreams and addiction. Their illusion provides temporary comfort, but reality instability forces them to comfort their pain. Next is the role of addiction. The Tyron family use addiction as a way to escape their painful realities, highlighting their inability to comfort the truth. Mary's morphine addiction allows her to retreat into nostalgia rather than face her family's dysfunction. Jamie and Edmund's alcoholism numbs their pain, preventing them from breaking free from their family's toxic cycle. James Tyron's obsession with money reflects his fear of poverty, yet his frugality deprives his family of comfort rather than securing their happiness. Instead of addressing their problems, each character turns to a discretive coping mechanism, reinforcing the play's theme that escape only deepens suffering. The failures of the American dream. The Tyrant family story reveals the hollowness of the American dream, where success and wealth failed to bring happiness. Hard work did not lead to fulfillment. James achieved financial security but lost emotional connection with his family. Family unity is shattered by addiction, resentment, and regret, contradicting the ideal of a happy, stable home. Hope is lost as each character remains trapped in their past mistake and unable to change their fate. O'Neill's play exposed the dream's false promise, showing that material success cannot heal deep personal and emotional wounds. Conclusion. Long Day's Journey into Night reveals the dark side of the American dream, showing that success and wealth do not guarantee happiness. Despite James Tyron's financial achievement, his family is consumed by addiction, regret, and emotional isolation. Hard work and ambitions are overshadowed by personal failures, proving that prosperity alone cannot erase pain or fix broken relationships. O'Neill's play ultimately challenges the American dream's promise, illustrating how illusion, addiction, and past mistake trap the Tyron family in endless cycle of suffering. These are my references. Thank you. Now you feel free to ask a question.
So Dhruvika, my question is, how does O'Neill use symbolism to reinforce reinforce his critique of the American dream.
Yes, Divya. The fog symbolize escape and confusion that the harsh truth they cannot escape from symbolize to reinforce his critique of the American dream.
Truvika, my question is, what role does time play in the structure of the play?
The play unfolds in a single day, addiction and conflict that the tyrants are unable to break. That was the time play in the structure of the play. Thank you. This is my side.
Hello everyone. Today I will discussing from post office to political office the socio-political dynamics of censoring for whom the bell tolls. Here is the academic information. Table of content. In this presentation, I will explore how Hemingway's novel was censored in different countries and how this ties into border issue of power, ideology, and free speech. Here is my research question. How did the censorship of For Whom the Bell Tolls reflect border political and ideological struggle, and what parallel can be drawn to modern forms of information control? And hypothesis, the censorship For Whom the Bell Tolls was not merely about exploiting content, but rather a strategic suppression of a political dissent. Government and institutions censored the novel to control narratives about war, revolution, and authoritarianism. This historical censorship mirror contemporary digital suppression, where ideological and political interest still dictate access to information. Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls is a novel about the Spanish War, focusing on heroism, sacrifice, and the brutality of war. However, it was a censor in U.S., Spain, and Soviet Union. This raised an important question: what made this book a political threat rather than just a work of a fiction? This answer lie in the way literature challenge authority and controls the historical narratives. Who censored For Whom the Bell Tolls? Surprisingly, For Whom the Bell Tolls was censored by ideological oppressing regime. In the US, postal censorship laws restricted it. The FBI also surveillance Hemingway due to his political views. In France, Spain, the book was banned for supporting Republican force. In the Soviet Union, despite its left stick themes, it wasn't considered sufficiently communist, leading to its restriction. These show how different governments, regardless of ideology, censors works that don't align with their political agendas. Why was For Whom the Bell Tolls is a threat? For Whom the Bell Tolls was a considered threat because it's a challenge document political ideologies, particularly fascism and nationalism. The novel portrays anti-fascist and pro-republican sentiment, which earned authoritarian regime like France, Spain. It also reject propagandas, mocks nationalist idea, and present war in a brutality honest way, making it dangerous to those in power. The line, the good fight for the lost cause. Hemingway's present a Spanish Republican as noble, even through they ultimately lost war. This directly opposed Francois propaganda, which portrayed Republicans as a traitor and communist. The prose of reality. Hemingway did not romanticize war. His writing was raw and unfiltered. This clash with France's regime, which wanted to glorify war and control the narratives. Abstract words like glory and horror seems obscene. This novel criticized nationalist rhetoric by dismissing words like glory and honor as meaningless in the face of real suffering. These mock fascist leaders who used this term to justify violence. Liberty Now, the name of a McFadden publication. These satirize how political ideas like liberty get distorted for commercial or propagandistic purpose. Such a criticism was dangerous because it exposed the hollowness of political slogans. Spencer read no language. Hemingway's blend of Spanish and English in the novel summarized the internationalism. Nationalist regime like Franco Spain opposed the linguist and cultural mixing sees it is as a threat to their authority. The receiving instrument for violent strokes amplify war reporting threatens censor. Books bans in context for whom the Belters versus other classics. Censorship is not unique to Hemingway's. Many major literary work have faced suppression for whom the Belters censored because it provide themes like anti-fascist, revolutionary and themes which was censored by US, Spain, Soviet Union, and at the same way, The Grasp of Worth, which is written by John Steinbeck, it was censored for its critique of capitalism, labor issue, and censored by US. California banned it, and the famous novel 1984, written by George Orwell, was also censored for its criticism of totalitarianism, and which was banned by Soviet Union, China, and Brave New World, which was written by Aldous Huxley. It was also censored for its critique of consumerism, government controls, which was censored by Ireland US School. These show that censorship is not just about offensive content; it about control. We often think of book censorship as a government banning book in school or libraries, but in the US, the post office played a key role under the Comstock laws, which lasted until the 1960s. Post office and had the power to block subversion materials and including books. Hemingway's novel faced a postal restriction, delaying its distribution. For example, books advocating for labor rights, birth control, or anti-war sentiments were often restricted through its method. Through this method, government censorship, the political office factor. Censorship is not just about individual books, it's about shaping national narratives. In Franco Spain, books that question nationalist rule were banned. During MC Catholicism in US, authors were blacklisted for un-American content. During the Cold War, both leftist and anti-totalitarian books were suppressed in different regions. These show that whether a book is censored depends not on its truth but on who hold power.
Censorship today, are we still doing this? We like to think we have moved up, past censorship, but have we? Books like the Handmaid's Tale and Muse are still banned in school today's. Modern days censorship extend beyond books. Now we see it in online space and media. For example, certain political books are still removed from school and citing disserviceness. So it's censorship truly a thing of the past, or hate is involved into the something way, something new? The role of being teach a new censorship tool. In Hemingway's time, books were censored through post office and political office. Today's major teacher platform like Google, Twitter, and Facebook controls the information. Algorithm decline what content is visible and effective suppression certain viewpoint. Social media platform limit post and on sensitive political event. If we post something, it is about their criteria, they remove they gave a report and remove our post. Free speech versus misinformation, the new debate. Censor is a double-edged sword. On one hand, suppressing books can limit important idea. On other hand, misinformation can be dangerous. Modern example: should governments or social media companies regulate content about election, public health, or history? Who declare what is true and what is misleading? Social media flagged certain political discussions similar to how books were censored in the past. Why these matter? Lesson from Hemingway. Hemingway's case remind us that censorship is about power and morality. Francois feared book that suppose democracy. MC Cathy feared book that criticize capitalism. Even today, those in power decline that what can and what cannot be said. This brings us to the final question: if censorship is about control, who should have that control? In the conclusion, the censorship of for whom the bell tolls exemplify how literature is often restricted to serve political and ideological agenda. From post office bans in the US to outrage prohibition in Francois Spain and the Soviet Union, its suppress was driven by fear of subversion idea rather than offensive language. Today's, while traditional books ban the persist, digital platform and algorithmic controls have become the new tools of information suppression. These case underscores that censorship is rarely about morality alone. It is a mechanism of power shaping public consciousness and controlling historical narrative. These are the references, and thank you. If you have any question, you can ask.
So, Rutvi, my question is, if For Whom the Bell Tolls were published today, do you think it would still face censorship? Why or why not?
Yes, it depends on where it going to publish. If I talk about India, if Indian government may allow to publish this book, because nowadays he is giving permit to violent movie like Animal M. It may ban about particular about his theme like anti-fascist and some context of sexuality of John Madden and Maria. It depends on where it going to, if it is published in China, like monarchy's place may ban, but in it talk about digital era, it may allow to publish it.
So, Rutvi, my question is, do you think banning books actually prevent people from reading them, or does it make them more popular?
If I talk, the banning books often have an effect on popularity, because we have curiosity why this book banned, and what this thing in that the government ban it, if we and the media also gave it, promote it, get this book is banned by government because of this factor and this factor. So if we talk, yes, a banned book get more popularity rather than not a banned book. So this is from my side. Thank you.
So very good afternoon, everyone. This is Bhumi Meda. Today I'm here with the Hush. So let's begin with the introduction. Robert Frost's poetry is deeply rooted in a rural landscape and human connection with the nature. We have this his a poem, his works like such as stopping by woods on a snowy evenings, and Butchie's emphasizes solitude, reflection, and the simplicity of rural life. In today's world, rapid advancement in artificial intelligence and virtual reality and automation are shaping how humans interact with their surroundings. Hypothesis. Robert Frost's poetry, rooted in a rural nostalgia and human connection to nature, contrasts sharply with the post-humanist vision of AI and the digital advancement, highlighting an evolving tension between ecological consciousness and technological alienation in the modern era. Research question: how does Robert Frost's portrayal of rural nostalgia and human nature relationships contrast with the post-humanist perspective on AI and digital transformation, and what does this reveal about contemporary concerns regarding ecological and technological futures? So, Frost's rural nostalgia. Robert Frost is often regarded as a poet of nature, but his portrayal of rural life is more than just a cynic description. It reflects a deep philosophical and human concerns. According to Winters, Frost's poetry embodies a nostalgic yet realistic view of nature, capturing its beauty while also acknowledging its isolation and hardship. In poems like Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening, so Frost presents nature as a place of a solitude and contemplation, where the speaker pauses to admire the quiet snow covered woods. Frost's rural setting serve as a metaphor for human emotions, decisions, and philosophical reflections. His poetry suggests that nature provides clarity, simplicity, and a space for self reflection, in contrast to the complexity and artificiality of modern life. Nature and humanity in Freud's poetry. So, nature is a comfort. In his poem, Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening, nature offers peace and solitude, allowing for introspection. In his second famous poem, Butchie's The Bending Trees, symbolizing escape and nostalgia, showing nature as a refuge. Nature's indifference. Design question whether nature allows a plan or is merely indifferent to human concern. This out highlights how nature and life continue unaffected by human tragedy, challenging anthropocentrism. Frauds resist the idea that nature exists for human use, instead depicting it as a force beyond human control. Okay, so let's discuss first what is eco-criticism. So eco-criticism, as I discussed in the article, is a critical approach that examines literature and cultural through an ecological perspective. It seeks to understand how literary texts engage with the environmental concern and reflect human relationships with nature. The article highlights that things like eco-criticism moves beyond traditional literary analysis by incorporating scientific, philosophical, and ethical dimensions to address ecological issues. These are the this example in our syllabus, like a Robert Frost stopping by woods on a snowy evenings, and another one is a Mary Shelley's Frankenstein also, and third one is a Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Eco-critical perspective. So how eco-critical perspective this directed to Robert Frost, rural nostalgia, and this AI and post-human future. So Robert Frost's poetry often portrays nature as a source of stability and truth, reflecting timeless values that contrast with the uncertainties of human life. According to this Edward J. In Breston, Frost's depiction of rural landscapes serve as a more than just a backdrop. It represents a philosophical anchor, reminding readers to the importance of natural world in shaping human identity and moral understanding. On the other hand, in today's world, technology, AI, and urbanization are distancing people from direct interaction with nature, replacing a real experience with a screen-based digital realities. Robert Frost's poetry, particularly Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening and Birches, serve as a reminder of nature's importance, urging readers to pause and reconnect with the environment. His works challenges the post-human future, advocating for a balance between technological progress and the preservation of our natural bond. AI and post-human future. Post-humanism challenges traditional human identity by suggesting that technology can enhance or replace human experience. With AI, automation, and VR, virtual reality, people are becoming a more digitally connected but physically disconnected from the nature. AI influences decision making and creativity, while VR and robotics simulate uh, natural environments, replacing real world interactions. This shift raises concerns about whether future generations will still value direct contact with nature. In contrast, Frost poetry highlights the authenticity of natural experience, making his work relevant in a discussion about technology's impact on a human identity. These themes, post-humanism, envision a world where AI, robotics, and biotechnology redefine a human existence, potentially making a nostalgia for rural life. And this example, autonomous farming technologies reduce the need for manual labor, changing the rural landscape for cherished. This table I created by ChatGPT, comparing Freud's idea with post-humanism. So nature as a guide for human experience, and here is the AI reshaping a perception of reality. These human emotions tied to the natural world, and machines simulating emotions only, and rural simplicity as a source of wisdom. So automation replacing human decision making. How the digital disconnect. So because of the AI and VR are creating simulating experience that replace direct connect with nature, making a digital landscapes feel as a real as a physical ones. Posthumanism envision a future where technology enhance or replaces human capabilities, further distancing people from natural environment. AI driven interactions and hyper realistic virtual worlds offer convenience and immersion, but risk data detaching people from authentic physical experience with nature. Modern dilemma. Robert Frost's nostalgic vision of nature remain highly relevant today, especially as a climate change accelerates and the world becomes increasingly urbanized. His poetry serves as a reminder of nature's importance, urging humans to reflect on their connection with the environment. At the same time, AI and robotics enhance efficiency and convenience, but risk weakening human nature connections by replacing real world experiences with digital alternatives. Finding harmony between technological progress and ecological preservation is a crucial for ensuring that Freud's call to reconnect with nature does not become absolute. So now conclusion. Robert Frost's poetry remains a powerful reminder of the importance of nature in a human life, offering a contrast to today's technology-driven world. His works encourage reflection, solitude, and a deep connection with the natural environment values that are increasingly threatened by AI, automation, and posthumanism. As technology reshapes human identity and experiences, the challenges lies in finding a balance between a progress and preservation. The future will be defined by how well we integrate technological advancement while maintaining our connection to the natural world, ensuring that humanity does not lose sight of the authenticity and wisdom found in nature. Here are my references. And yes, thank you so much. You can ask me a question if you have a query.
So, Bhumi, my question is, what is the biggest contrast between Frost world and the modern digital age?
This is the biggest contrast between a frost world and modern digital age. Robert Frost, most of his works is based on nature. So based on nature, and he represents that how human struggle, and he also find quiet moments like walking in a woods and watching the snow and all those things. In contrast, in today's world, shaped by artificial intelligence, social media, and virtual reality, so where people always engage with social media and digital life, and instead of self reflection, they are continuously engaged in a social media and digital entertainment and technology. So yes, this is the biggest contrast between frost world and modern digital age.
Bhumi, my question is to you. How does Frost connect nature as a human emotion? Can you give an example of Frost poem that explore nature's impact on human?
As I mentioned in my presentation, that Robert Frost, most of his works on based on nature. He's a poem based on nature, and he uses nature as a symbol of human struggle, choices, and human struggle and choices. And I can give an example of this. I take this poem, Butchies, in a swinging on a tree. So it it represents a longing for childhood and escape from reality. So yes, that is from my side. Thank you so much.
So hello everyone. Today's my topic is from nature to technology, exploring self-reliance in the age of AI. Here is my academic information, and I am going to explore the from nature to technology, exploring self-reliance in the age of AI. First, let's have a brief overview about this presentation. First, we will begin with the introduction, transcendentalism and its core tenets. Then, digital age, new furniture for self-food. Then, third one will be AI and the search for authentic self-food. Fourth one will be thorough solitude versus AI's hyperconnectivity. Then, we will explore the machine and the soul, AI's ethical dilemma. Next will be nature versus digital landscape. Then AI materialism and transcendentalist critique. Then AI's role in explaining human potential. Then transcendentalism, AI and the future of consciousness. Then conclusion. Let's begin with our research question. So my research question is, how does integration of AI in modern society challenge or support the transcendentalist ideas of self-reliance, individuality, and the connection to nature. My hypothesis is while AI offers unprecedented opportunity for convenience and personalized experiences, it poses a significant challenge to transcendentalist value by potentially diminishing individual autonomy, reinforcing the conformity, and replacing authentic connection with nature. However, with mindful engagement, AI can still serve as a tool to enhance self-reliance and personal growth, provided it is used to consciously it and in alignment with transcendentalist principles. So let's begin with the introduction. Transcendentalism and its core tenets. Its definition would be transcendentalism, a 19th century philosophical movement, emphasized the intrinsic goodness of people and nature, promoting intuition, self-reliance, and spiritual growth over materialism. Its founders can be called Ralph Waldo Emerson, who is known for his self-reliance and nature. Emerson argues that the true wisdom is found within and that we must trust our intuition and be independent of societal pressures. Then the next one is Henry David Thoreau. He is famous for his work Walden. Thoreau championed living simply and deliberately in the nature to discover truth. Its core beliefs is self-reliance. The individual is the ultimate source of knowledge and power. Nature is a guide. So the transcendentalism's persons, or they believed that the nature is a guide for the person to find his self. Then the rejection of materialism. Transcendentalists sought to transcend material concern, seeing them as distraction from spiritual growth. Next is the digital age, a new furniture for selfhood. The paradox of AI. AI offers both freedom and limitation, personalizing experiences, but stimulously shaping self-identity and reinforcing societal basis. While AI customizes recommendations, it's risking reducing individuality. Let's take an example from Google. We can say that before some days or in the past any time, if you have searched any word particularly or a thing, just like shoes or a bag, then in 2 or 3 days we can found that the same information is presented on Amazon. So we can say that these type of companies have AI models of a person that argues that any person is not individual, or he does not have any his own selfhood. It represents some of the AI models that defines transcendentalism's arguments. Emerson's warning against conformity. Society everywhere is a conspiracy against the manhood of every one of its members. AI-driven algorithms such as those on social media platforms shape our thought and behavior, reinforcing existence basis. For example, Facebook newsfeed algorithm prioritized content that you probably previously interacted with, limiting exposure to new ideas and reinforcing existing basis. Just as Emerson warned against society's manipulation of individual, today's AI system can shape the performances, taste, and even our identity, subtly meddling us over the time. So I have taken the example of newsfeed. Then in that movie, it is a series named Social Dilemma, which represent that how no individual has his own self, but they all are just a part of AI's system or its AI model that they create from the information which we are continuously searching in internet surface or media. Then there is example of Amazon which we have already discovered. Then there is also an example of Swiggy that continuously provide us the notification of this food or that one. It tries to shape our taste, that how should we eat and what should we eat. Then AI in the search for authentic selfhood. I will begin with, can AI foster self-reliance? AI tools like ChatGPT, Google Board offer vast amounts of information. But do they really encourage independent thought or merely provide us passive responses? As we have already know that everyone in this time are well aware about the ChatGPT and Google Boards, and any information if they want, then they quickly open ChatGPT to find the information. There is no such a thing like discovering or the finding answer which develop a person's growth, which is the base of a person's growth. In this context, Emerson writes, a man is timid and apologetic. He is no longer upright. He dares not to say, I think, I am, but quotes from a saint or says. In an AI-driven world, there is a risk of intellectual dependence rather than nurturing our capacity for self-discovery. Then I have taken a case study, AI generated art versus human creativity. While AI tools like Midjourney or Daily or ChatGPT or Gemini, they can generate stunning visuals and still depend on human input for prompts. This debate overlooks AI art versus human art will continue as both offer unique opportunity for expression, while many artists fears AI's lack of depth and its impact on creativity. AI provides valuable in fast production, consistency, and restoring but art forms. It will likely complement human creativity, helping artists with inspiration, execution, and scalability. The future of art is bright, with AI playing an important role in enhancing human creativity. That was the conclusion by the case which was done on the topic of AI generated art versus human creativity. Just as Emerson encouraged self reliance, true creativity requires active engagement and personal reflection, not a previous consumption of AI generated prompt outputs. We can say that whenever we try to generate any art or creativity, we visit ourselves in our mind. There are lots of information which is provided, and throughout them we mix them and create a new art that help us to grow to have authentic selfhood, while AI is generally a program which is designed by uh, uh, present some data makers, and they use some specific data to create any prompt, and there is a limitation of sources. No, I mean, there is not a limitation of sources, but there is a lack of creativity in AI generated art. If we specifically say that we want this image, then that image can be presented in AI, but there is the lack of creativity. Thoreau's solitude versus AI's hyperconnectivity. First point is Thoreau's ideal of solitude. Thoreau valued solitude as a tool for clarity and self-discovery. As stated in Walden, I never found the a companion that was so companionable as a solitude. Then the second point is AI's constant connectivity. AI, in contrast, AI technology keep us hyper connected, leading to constant notification and barrage of information. In a Thoreau's time, solitude in nature was a tool for clarity, but today's AI-driven technology often lead to fragmented attention and mental culture. Mindfulness apps such as like Headspace or Calm offer digital solution for inner peace, but can these really replace the depth of connection with the nature that Thoreau's valued? We can say that there are some online apps which provides like there is a peace or mental peace or how to focus. That type of apps are already available in net or in Play Store. But do they really help us to get our self? That is the question. The machine and the soul, AI's ethical dilemma, AI and moral agency. AI lacks moral reasoning, a key element of a transcendentalist self-awareness. While AI can stimulate decision making, it lacks the human conscience necessary for the true moral judgment. Emerson's principle: nothing is at least scared but the integrity of your own mind. AI systems rely on algorithms, but they don't possess any intuition or the ability to navigate moral complexity as a human can. There is an article which I forgot to mention that if we ask Google that what is the temperature or how is the pollution over in the world, then it does not say that in specific overall world it doesn't present the environmental reports, but it present the specific like the state or the nation which we are currently living. Broader examples of AI ethics: AI in healthcare. Artificial intelligence in healthcare offers a refined way for healthcare provides to deliver better and faster patient care. Then AI in law enforcement, facial recognition technology has been shown to disproportionately misidentify people of color, raising ethical concerns about basis with AI system. Then the nature versus the digital landscape. Nature is the ultimate teacher. Emerson and Thoreau both viewed nature as a conduit to divine wisdom. The happiest man is who learns from the nature the lesson of worship. Then next, Thoreau said that we can never have enough of nature. Then virtual nature versus real nature. As digital spaces replace the physical world, can a virtual environment replace the authenticity of direct engagement with nature? So we can take an example of a game where the person is not interested in exploring nature, but instead they like to play the game of nature, such as Loki or beauty of outdoors, but they cannot provide the sensory richness, the smell of flowers of rose, the rustle of leaves that connect us to the natural world in ways digital stimulations never could. Then AI, materialism, and the transcendentalist critic. A self, a safe and enjoyable experience for all. Transcendentalist rejected materialism and Emerson warned against it in his work poems. Things are in the saddle and ride mankind. AI big tech companies fuel consumerism by recommending products and content tailored to our desire, which further interrupts us in passive consumption. Expanded examples of materialism. Netflix algorithm promote being watched, encouraging passive consumptions over meaningful reflection or engagement with content. AI driven shopping experiences on Amazon reinforces material desire, keeping us distracted from the path of self-reliance and the spiritual growth. Then AI's role in expanding human potential. AI is a tool for self-discovery. AI tools like Duolingo or GPT can accelerate learning, but they must be used intentionally. Otherwise, they risk reducing the richness of learning experiences into mere efficiency. Personal growth through AI. AI tools can support self-discovery or personal growth if used consciously and responsibly. For instance, AI-driven virtual mentors can guide individual toward a more reflective and deliberated path of self improvement. There is a question that we should ask: can AI help to cultivate these or merely shortcut to the process? Then transcendentalism, AI, and the future of consciousness. Nature is the ultimate teacher. Emerson's oversoul is the idea of universal divine consciousness that connect all people. Can AI, with its growing capacity to integrate information and through ever embody such a universal intelligence, or is uniquely human? That questions we should ask to ourselves. Then the conclusion: reclaiming the self in the AI area. AI presents both opportunities and challenges for transcendentalist idea. The digital age demands a balance between the technological progress and individual authenticity as we strive to remain conscious creators and active thinkers. As we have moved deeper into AI-driven future, how can we preserve the transcendentalist value of self-reliance, individuality, and authenticity in a world that seems increasingly driven by algorithms? Here are some references. Thank you.
My question is to you: does AI enhance human independence or create a new form of dependence?
We can say that if a person uses AI with its limit, then there is no need of dependence. But if people keep depending on AI, then that should create a problem.
So, Bhargav, my question is adapting to AI a necessity for self-reliance or a threat to it?
We can say that adopting AI will be more important than staying behind the world. If we want to connect with the nature and the human growth, then we should must use AI with its limit. Thank you.
Okay, am I audible? Now, a great line of presentations today. One of the things is, first I'll go with some general observations and then move to specific people and the issues with their presentations. Many of you are still reading the slides, right? So I think in the last presentation season, I mentioned that while you are presenting, try to make eye contact more with the audience, try to read less and explain more, right? Because what is there on the slide can already be read by the audience, right? So that is the case. Some of you have improved in this case, and that is appreciable, but more work needs to be done in this direction. Then is the issue of justifying the hypothesis which you set, right? Many of you are not able to in a way justify and clarify the hypothesis which you are setting. Let's say you hypothesis is like a basic idea, like this is what I want to do, or this is the argument which I want to follow, right? And what your presentation does is basically either agree with that statement, explore it further, or deny that statement or disagree with that statement and come up with something new. That is your hypothesis, the basic observations which you make, right? And then either agree or disagree or maybe explore it further. That is the objective of setting a hypothesis. Now, if you have a presentation where the hypothesis says something and the slides say something else, then the entire presentation is unjustified, right? So many of you need to work in this case, right? If you set the hypothesis, then see to it that it is either fulfilled. If it is not fulfilled, then mention why it was not fulfilled, right? What are some of the limitations which you faced, so on and so forth. So try to work in that case. Now, yeah. Then when you move to specific observations, first about Trupti, right? Your presentation was good, but what I was looking for is this whole idea of dysfunctional family. That concept was given by a sociologist. So that person who gave the concept should be there, right? When you define the concept of dysfunctional family and then try to see its reflection in a particular text, then that should be there in your presentation. Your presentation was missing that. Same with the case of classical Indian literature. When you try to apply these things, then see what the theorist has said and whether those views can be applied to the same text or the comparative text which you are setting. Let's say the concept of dysfunctional family may work well with Long Day's Journey into the Night, but may or may not work well with this particular text of classical Indian literature, Mahabharata or Ramayana, right? So that you need to do. Moving on to Sanket, try to elaborate more on specific views of transcendentalists when it comes to self reliance. right? You did deal with self-reliance, but an overview was there in your presentation. When you are trying to justify a hypothesis which is based on self-reliance, then a more elaborate discussion needs to be there. Simply saying that Emerson gave the idea of self-reliance and this is what he talked about isn't enough, right? So that is what you need to do. Your hypothesis mentions that there are certain internal debates within transcendentalists regarding self-reliance, and that debate has helped in enhancing the movement and the theory of transcendentalism at large. Now, what are these debates? You haven't mentioned, right? So again, the same question happens, that you are saying something in the hypothesis, but it is not a part of your presentation. So work on that point. Parthiv, you are improving, but further improvement is required when it comes to pronunciation errors, right? Try to make your language a bit more clear so that it is easier for the audience to follow. And I think I've asked you the question already, so I'm not moving on to that again, repeating the same observation. Kumkum, I've already pointed out some of the observations to use your quotations from the original text and also the MLA citation error. So I hope you fix that. And when it comes to theoretical concepts like the iceberg theory, when you use such theory and concepts, also see to it what are some of the contemporary understandings of that theory. How is it applied today? Right? Whether is it applicable in the same way it was when you were applying it to a particular text, or it has moved on and evolved over time? If you say that iceberg theory has evolved, then how is it understood today? That is one of the questions I think which you can address. Krupali, when it comes to protest music, right, and see the consequences of protest music, you need to see how it is affecting practically also. Simply saying that it is influencing the particular artists or particular rappers won't be enough when it comes to dealing with a presentation which is specifically focusing on protest music, right? If you say that the protest music of Kendrick Lamar is helping with the Black Lives Matter movement, for example, right, then you have to see and explain how practical, how exactly is it helping them, right? Is it becoming the BLM anthem, for example, right? If it is talking about Black Lives Matter, is it becoming an anthem, or is it being used, that same particular song or that rap is being used by any of the activists or not? So those aspects I think you can explore more and include in your presentation. This quote which you said is often attributed to Dylan. It is from his documentary No Direction Home. So I think you can cite it and add it to your presentation now. Krishna, you are mentioning in your hypothesis that the connection between transcendentalism and feminism is evident in three things: early feminist writings, contemporary feminist literature, and visual media. But what I found in your presentation was mostly visual media and cinema examples were there. No examples were there from early feminist writings, right? Or even from contemporary feminist literature. One or two references were made to this Doll's House and Virginia Woolf's text, but early feminist was completely missing. Another thing is, whenever you provide examples to a particular person's theory or concept, see to it that those examples are also relevant to the socio-political and cultural setup of that author also. When you say that Margaret Fuller's ideas are evident in visual media today, right? Is it evident in the visual media of America, for example? Right? Is it evident in the visual media or in the early feminist writings of American writers, American feminists? How do the US citizens view Margaret Fuller's work today? Right? So when you provide examples, see to it that it is in line with what you want to argue, right? Then Khushi's presentation, Khushi Ravia. I've already pointed out the issues with your presentation, so I'm not repeating those things, but do work on your pronunciation of certain terms. Khushi Makwana, again, I have already pointed out that your characters, the discussion of characters apart from Robert Jordan, how are they relevant to the topic which you discussed in your presentation? Even there are mistakes in your references also, right? Original text citation is missing, so I hope you work on those things. Then it comes to Khushi's presentation was good. The citations were well documented, so there are no errors in that case. Jyoti, again, original text citation was missing. MLA citation error, the last source which you have cited is not even MLA style, right? To correct it, then Jay, whenever you are presenting a particular concept, right? For example, existentialism or nihilism, right? Where do those theories come from? Who are the foundational theorists who proposed the idea? Those were missing. If you say that existentialism is this is how it is defined, who defined it, right? Who defined nihilism? What are some of the base texts of those theories? Whenever you apply theory, first clarify the theory, right? And then move to the application part of it. Application was well done in your presentation, but the base text, right, from where you find the origin of existentialism or nihilism was missing. Even in your citations, it wasn't mentioned, right? So try to see that and correct it. Fourth source in your presentation is actually relevant to Trupti's presentation about dysfunctional family. Right? So whenever you have a theory and its application to a particular text, your sources should also be in line with that thought, right? Whenever you refer to sources where a particular theory is applied to a text, so that presentation should have those sources, right? So try to correct it again. Slide background, one of the slides background was such thematically very good, but the fonts were not properly visible. I think there was one slide where you need to update the slide background, right? And of course, don't ask questions which are already answered in the presentation, right? Whenever you ask questions, see to it that something which is not answered or something which can be explored by the presenter further are there in your questions. Then Divya, references were qualitative, so good work there and good presentation. Do work on your pronunciation again. That is one observation I would tell. Dhruvika, original text citation is missing. You are dealing with the concept of American Dream, but not a single one of your source in the references section is talking about American Dream. Where did you find that information about American Dream? That is missing. Fourth source, check whether it is relevant to your topic or not. The fourth source in your references slide. In-text citation, most of you are also missing out on in-text citation. Those who are doing very well, but those who are not doing it at all. So try to see to it that whenever you have references slide, they should be integrated into the presentation slides also, right? So in text is necessary. Another question for Dhruvika, the second source, how have you integrated it in your presentation? How is it relevant to the topic which you are dealing with? So second and fourth sources in your references slide need to be checked. Rutvi, well argued presentation, well managed references also. I would suggest you to again do the same thing which I suggested to Kumkum about the theory, right? When you speak about banning books, right? And for whom the bell tolls was once banned, but now it is accepted. Further, there is an entire section now across US libraries and even private libraries in India also about banned books. Now they are read. Now that is a separate exclusive section is given to banned books now in libraries. So now that raises further questions about why banning is done, or why do we consider certain type of content as censored. So I think further exploration in this direction would help you in presenting the topic again anywhere. Then there is Bhumi's presentation. Cite the poems that you mentioned, right? Whichever text you are referring to, right, in your presentation should be there as a part of your references, right? If you are mentioning that, say, stopping by woods on a snowy evening, it should be a part of your references section, right? So make sure you do that. There are two arguments, but I'll share them with you later because it would lead to further time constraints. Bhargav, increase the font size in your slides, right? Some of them were not even readable for me. Good observations. And again, there are 2 to 3 questions or certain observations which I'll share with you regarding algorithmic bias and things. And first 2 sources are not MLA style format. So make sure to correct those 2 sources again and cite them properly. Okay, so that's it from my side. We are now ending the live here, right? And good luck to all of you for the next presentations.